Hey guys. Hello, hello. We're just doing some work today. How come I can't see the stream on my YouTube page? Oh, there it is. There we go. We'll turn the notification on. Ping. Hey guys. We are editing some uniforms at the moment, which is a little boring, but I think the only cool thing is you get to see just me cycling through uniforms. All right, straps are good. Hat is good. Shirt is good. Essentially, what we got to do is we go through the uniforms and we mark stuff with a green screen, because we are doing a new update, which is going to be pretty damn cool. It's probably one of the coolest updates we've ever done for this game. Genuinely. These are fine. Pants are fine. Basically, any color that's not in use, we set as a green screen. Or like a neon green color. So you see how he has no straps? So we replace that with green. And what the game is going to do is it's going to take anything that's green and remove it as a editable color. But the gist of this, and I'll reveal this on release day, you guys aren't going to see it today. But the gist of this is that you will be able to edit every single color of the entire uniform for any unit you ever recruit. You can recolor the facings, the shirt, the hat, even the hair. Everything is colorable now in the release update. So I just have to mark stuff in green if I don't want players to edit it because the color's not in use, right? So this guy doesn't have a crossbelt. So I have to take his crossbelt, mark it green, so the player doesn't think, oh, how come I'm changing the color and it's not working? So I'm basically just going in and keying out stuff that the player doesn't need to touch because it's not in use on the uniform. But you guys are gonna have like ultimate customization. You can basically create any nationality of any unit in the game, or outside the game. I mean, you could make a whole Swedish themed army if you really wanted to. You can do anything. It's really really cool. It's probably the most extensive customization system of any war game. But maybe besides like I don't know what I could think of that you could. Yeah, I don't know. Off the top of my head, I really don't even know what other game would allow you to do something like that. So it's really, really cool. Is this, I don't think this color does anything. Cool. So yeah, you can basically do anything you want, roleplay anything you want. I even took a British infantryman and rechanged the uniforms to a 1770 style color scheme with the white waistcoat and a white trouser and black gaiters, so they look like American Revolutionary units. Empinidas, it's kind of like Leonidas, right? Empinidas, Epinondus. I think that's how you say it. Empinondus. I'm not revealing it in terms of showing it, but I'm just describing it to people, so you can begin to get excited. But I won't show it to you. Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Oh god, dude. I'm just not saying that. Epaminondas. You gotta pick a better name, man. Epa. I'll just call you Epa, I guess. So the player will be able to see the actual model and the customization. You won't. You'll only see the bust. But it would be cool to have like a model preview, or maybe we could do that later on. But you can edit all the colors in the bust. You can even color the pants, and it will show you a preview of the pants. But again, I won't talk on it too much more because you'll see it when it's out, and I think you'll be really happy with it. He's not wearing a collar, so we have to mark that as non-editable because he has no collar. I always forget to do that part. Will we get this in the demo? It will not be in the demo. No, that'll be in the release version. Release only. These all have to be marked. There we go. And the hat isn't editable either, is it? Because, yeah, only the fur is. But you could edit the fur theoretically then. Pants are good. Hair is good. Skin's good. Okay, save. Could I create a flag like the Prince of Wales? We did add a shit ton more patterns and emblems. So I don't know if you can. Off the top of my head, unfortunately, because I'm working, I'm not able to go check for you. This editor will not be included. Not to get you guys too excited. The editor I'm using right now is not going to be included. But basically what I'm doing on the left with these colors, you get access to what you have on the left. You just don't get access to the right where you change the whole uniform, which I think is a fair compromise because, well, first of all, it'd be difficult to do. But the second thing is it would really hurt the distinguishing different unit types. Because everything would just bleed into each other. You know, you could have a recruit wearing a breastplate, and that just doesn't sound good, you know what I mean? So there has to be some kind of restriction. But everything on the left, in terms of coloring, you can recolor everything. So what you will have access to this stuff on the left, but it'll look cleaner in-game. The menu will look cleaner than this. Also, the other thing I'll say is that you will be able to save and load your creations. You can save and load your flags and uniforms and the names of the unit. You can even select when you're loading a unit if you just want to pull from the flag you made or just pull the bust or both of them or the name as well. And then all your creations get saved in a folder and you can share them with your friends or download them from other people. So you can basically make a library of like 100 historical units and then drag and drop those files and send them to a friend. And they'll instantly be able to go and start editing or loading those uniforms that you've created. So it also means that if you spend a ton of time on it, you only have to do it once and then you're good. So I think that'll be really, really cool. How many different colors will be in the game? Yes, that's a great question. That's a great question. What I did is I'm making a new thing called swatches, or a file called swatches here. I'm going through all the different flags and uniforms, and I'm finding what the most common colors are. And we're going to have 4 rows of colors. So you can edit like using pretty much all of these colors here. Like 3 shades of green, 3 shades of blue, 3 shades of yellow, 3 or 4 shades of red, purple, pink, anything you want. Before, I would say, hey, you only have access to like 10 colors per country, but I'm just going to pick all the most common colors and give you access to like everything. There's also a reroll button, so you can click reroll and regenerate new flags and uniforms. The reroll button also lets you enable the randomizer over and over and over again if you don't want like a mustache on the unit or a different hairstyle. So you can keep flicking through the randomization for the different uniform elements to be altered. Because sometimes I include, like, this unit might have a different facial hair every time he generates, for example. So you can regenerate the busts and get like everything that you want. Just really cool. Let's see. This is done. That's done. Collar is done. Straps are done. This guy's good. See how when I exported him, he changed his face? See how it changes? That would essentially be what the reroll button does, and it would also regenerate the flag for you. But again, just one last clarification. What the tool I'm using right here, this tool here, is not going to be accessible. We have a different tool for you guys, so it's a little more restrictive. It's not going to have, you can't like edit the pieces on the uniform. You just edit the colors. Okay, but it is, based on what you currently have in game, it is way, way better than what you've been using in game already in the demo, I mean. So yeah, I think you guys are going to really like it. I'm definitely going to forget, or I'm definitely going to miss a few colors to set as green. And again, anyone who's joining, what I'm doing is I'm setting neon green on any part of the uniform that isn't in use. So when the player can edit the colors, which now they can edit every color on the whole uniform, it will key out these colors and hide them from you. So like this color is not in use, right? So we want to add green. Now it won't show up. Otherwise, you're going to have a huge set of like color options that don't actually do anything. So I'm just cleaning all this up for you guys. And it's very tedious, so I figured I'd stream because it's like kind of mind-numbing. There's like 300 units in the game I've got to do this to. Does he wear a crossbelt? No. Collar. He does have a collar. The hat doesn't have these. And this part of the uniform is not necessary. Gosh, I gotta go. I assume the hat colors will be editable too. Yep, they will. Yeah, you can edit the hat. Everything on the hat. I gotta go back because I feel like I made a mistake with the... Yeah, see that third color? That's the waistcoat color. Russians don't typically show their waistcoats on a lot of their uniforms, except the Musketeer, of course. So I have to make sure the waistcoat when it's closed is not editable. Otherwise, players are going to be like, hey, I'm changing the color, but it's not doing anything. So I'm just going to sweep. Looks like I did it for most of them. That's good. Does this? Aha, okay. So you can even change the breastplate color, which is really cool. How about this guy? Yep, you can see his waistcoat. I think my two favorite things were making a 1770 style British redcoat, which is my favorite uniform that they have. And the other thing I did is I built a Swedish army using the new editor. Which, if anything, this is going to hurt our DLC sales, isn't it? Because everyone's like, why would I buy your Sweden DLC? I can make Sweden using the bust editor. Plus, another thing I want to reveal to you guys, which I think is so cool. There is a guy who contacted me, and he is building a full set of modding tools with like a GUI. So it has all UI you can use. And you can design like your own... Dude, you can like make your own... Let me just show you this real quick. He promised me he wouldn't reveal the tool until the game is out. But look, he called this one Boar Commando and gave it a redcoat recruit. You can like fully change out the officer, the skills, the items, the resources, the units, the name. This is all moddable using a tool that he built, which I'll also reveal what it looks like. One sec. Look, it's like a proper GUI he made. And you can go in and add add skills, add different things. You can basically go through all the JSON files in the game and mod it, which is pretty damn fucking cool, isn't it? That he built that for us. Which it's not going to be a built-in tool in the game, but it might just circulate the Discord, and I'll endorse it when it's done if it works well. And you guys can like basically do whatever the hell you want, which is so fucking cool. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. I think you guys are going to have a great time with this game. When it's fully released. I'm very eager to get it to you guys. I'm just putting all of the last finishing touches on everything. Doing the last few updates. Okay, we want the waistcoat there. The other thing I'm going to be doing today is extending out all the maps. I concluded my tests. And for those who missed it, I'm basically doing a vertical extension on every map. Not vertical as in the y-axis, like the height, but just like I extend it north, I mean to say. So all maps are going to have way more breathing room, which is going to feel a lot better to play on. This guy is actually fully editable. How about this? That's his waistcoat. Yeah, okay, he's fine. But yeah, just one more clarification. I'm sure people are joining and leaving. I just wanted to be super clear. Anybody who's watching this tool here is not going to be accessible by the player. At least not yet. Maybe one day we can open it up. But I just don't want anybody to get overly excited. Does this do anything? No, it does not. Does that do anything? It does. Cool. Pants, straps. That one doesn't do anything. He does have a waistcoat. Have you seen the Catalan units with the Cossacks? Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I would only ask you not to do any modding on the demo. I know I can't stop you. I just don't want people digging in the game files of the demo. Like, honestly, seeing so many people do that, I'm very likely just going to take this demo down pretty soon because of that. So it's unfortunate. It's kind of ruined it for everyone, but there's been so many people editing and posting edits and trying to like crack the game or go in and break access to to access everything beyond the demo. And I don't like that, so I'm going to, when the game releases, I'll probably take the demo down. At least for a while. I mean, when the game's out, you can just buy it. But the demo is going to remain up for the remainder of Next Fest. That's guaranteed. Even if someone fucks something up, I think I'm just going to leave it up for Next Fest. I think that's fine. Ah, I fucked this. No. God damn it. But yeah, Next Fest, it'll remain up. So you guys can play all weekend. On Monday, the demo will probably get taken down. I think. Yeah, this guy looks good. Is there going to be a battle mod where you could choose to do battle? Oh, like a Total War custom battle mode? Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do a post-release update where we can do something like that. Ah, damn, that's annoying. I lost my hex code. I found it. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Alright, this looks good. Yeah, extending the maps will be nice. We've got a little AI update too. Just fix some of the odd behaviors that they do sometimes. Damn, the Munich Cuirassiers had a orange... Is that really true? Let me check on Chronoscope that they had an orange crossbow. I didn't know that. Let's see what Russia's... Lieb Cuirassiers. Which Cuirassier is this? This is the Munich Cuirassier, but I need to go Control F for the München. Ah, I don't know where he is. It's not him. See, I feel like he shouldn't have a orange crossbow. Something seems odd about that. If anyone is in chat and owns that modding GUI, I'm willing to get in touch and integrate it into my upcoming game mod maker. Sheb Dev Studios, if you want to reach out to him, I will give you his contact, but I don't want to give everyone his contact because he didn't agree to it. But if you're building a modding tool and you guys want to team up, that's fine. That's his username. But don't share that with anyone. Just let him know that the only reason I shared the contact is because if you're doing a modding tool and he's doing a modding tool, it sounds like you guys could help each other. So I'm reading this, and it says that this unit has got... let's see. Russian Cuirassier, 7 years war. Oh, no, they do sometimes have that. Yeah. No, this is correct. That's cool. Okay. That's neat. I think the waistcoat is good. Pants are good. Collar's fine. Yeah, this guy's fine. Is it possible to mod the music? You could probably find the music files and replace them. So someone could definitely do a music mod, I bet. Wait, I just got here. This isn't customization we'll be able to do, is it? Pacer, yes and no. Like, this is my back-end customization system, but we're going to give you guys access to a little bit of this. Basically, all the color stuff on the left, you guys are going to get access to. Just not the stuff on the right. But you will be able to, mid-campaign, you don't have to go through any tool. Like, mid-campaign, you can open up the editor and just edit the... Do I have to do anything else in this guy? Collar, pants, yeah, you can edit the colors mid-campaign, and we're opening it up massively from what it is now. So I think you guys are really going to like it. All right, we're on to the redcoats. We're making progress. Nope, not that. He doesn't have a waistcoat, so we'll make that green. His hat is basic. Collar is normal. Straps. Ah, okay, you can edit the gold color on the strap. That's neat. Pacer, I did explain, though, the extent of the customization. You could rewind the stream and probably watch the part where I'm explaining how it works if you want, just so I don't have to explain it again. But what I said is pretty much the gist of it. But if you want more details, you can just rewind and take a listen. Cool. It is cool that on the British busts, you'll be able to even color the belt buckle, which is really neat. Is the game set to only encompass the 7 years war? I don't really know, man. I think it is. It's not even really, to be perfectly honest, guys. Oh, you can even edit the flower colors. That's so cool. To be perfectly honest, it's not really a 7 years war game. Like, it's just kind of a mid-18th century war generator. That's kind of what this game ended up coming out to be. But in terms of moving it to the Napoleonic era, it's a tough one because it'd be like taking a World War I game and making it World War II. It's like World War II is such a very specifically designed aesthetic. In a similar way, the Seven Years' War, or sorry, the mid 18th century is a very well defined aesthetic, and then Napoleonic Wars is a defined aesthetic, and just setting it just in general. So it makes it challenging to try to do something like that. You need to change all the items to now fit with that. You would need to change every musket to now fit with that. You would need to change every uniform in the game, all the models. You would need to introduce a new 3D terrain system because the Napoleonic Wars has a lot of battles like Waterloo, very dependent on elevation. You would need, of course, to update all the unit rosters. You would need to update every unit size in the game. You would need to update the map and all the political borders. You'd need to update all the music to fit this new aesthetic. It would be like playing World War I music in World War II, right? It'd be entirely anachronistic. So there are many little concerns like that. Oh, I messed something up. Now how did I do that? Okay, let's save this. I'm sure, though, a modder will probably go in and do something like that. But if I were to do it, people would expect... Oh, just ignore that. The hat should look normal in game. It's just a preview problem. Okay, the collar is good. This is actually meant to be red. Is there anything on this uniform that the player shouldn't be able to edit? I don't think so. Ich denke nicht. I don't think so. In short, build a new game would be easier. Yeah, that's pretty much a new game at that point. It really is. But the thing is, if someone makes a mod, it can like have some mistakes and stuff, and people will look past it. But if you sell something for $15 or whatever as a DLC, and it's not actually properly the Napoleonic Wars, people are going to be pretty upset. So it's just tougher. One question about the map edge, the AI moves... Yeah, we already fixed that bug where the AI moves off the map edge is what you're talking about. We did two things. Number one, we programmed it so that the AI cannot leave the map borders. That's already fixed. And then the second thing we did is we extended all of the maps, or I'm going to do that today, actually. It's what I'm working on today. Extending all the maps vertically by 33%. So you're going to get more map to play on, so you aren't trapped in the corner so often. And the AI will no longer exploit the map edge as well. So both things will be fixed for release. OH, I would just be careful with the information that you spread, because you're saying Sweden and Reichsarmee will be added. I never said it will be. I said if we do a DLC, which we probably maybe won't do. I don't know if we will. That we will consider those factions first. I've never confirmed that ever, though, on any Steam page or any announcement that we're guaranteed making a DLC. If we did make a DLC, those would be on the top of my list. But I just wouldn't be confirming that to people. There's also the thing, too. I know you guys like to make your own fan rosters and stuff. But ultimately, you know this, obviously. But I get the final say on those things. It's highly likely that you guys are going to build those fan rosters, and I'm just still going to build my own. Because I just have a way I like to do things. And so you guys can still work on it. It's still a fun idea to work on the fan roster. What does this thing do? That does work. Okay. But the strap, I messed up again. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, just a hobby. That's perfectly fine. If you guys build a roster, I'll take a look at it, and I'll probably be inspired by it. But I just, obviously, I'm not going to promise that I'm going to use it if I do add Sweden and the Reichsarmee. What am I doing right now? Okay, yeah. Sorry, it's hard to talk and focus at the same time. You could use it as a starting point. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do, honestly. But I've got a nice little plan for if I do it. Yeah, I just don't want to promise anything, because, like, that's also the reason I'm not doing early access. If you make a game and it releases and it's in early access, everyone expects you to update that because you promised early access. You know, if you don't earn any money from a project for whatever reason, it's, you know, you can't commit to it. So that's why, just in general, I'm careful about committing. And we did that with Fire Maneuver. It just ended up trapping us into a game that lost us so much. So I just got to be careful about that. That's all. You can even edit the leaf color, which is cool. This looks good to me. Just finished the demo. Love the 1v4 challenge. That's cool, man. Bavarian, you can make in the full release. You'll be able to make Bavarian units. We've got new flags, new emblems, and a recolorable jacket color system. So you can even recolor the whole uniform to make a Bavarian. So I'm quite excited to show you guys that. Don't forget to eat. Yeah. At this point, it's kind of a joke that look, I will say this in all seriousness, I do I eat very well and I sleep very well. So you guys don't have to be worried about me. I know it's kind of a joke, but it is kind of an awkward thing to always look in the chat and someone's telling you that you have to eat food. It's like, look, I'm not starving myself. I'm okay. Doing all right. Love the demo. 17 hours in. Damn. Just beat the first act. 5 negative modifiers. Will there be more battle maps? Only Nerf Harder. We are probably, on today's stream, going to be making some new maps and extending the current maps to be larger. So that'll be cool. Oh, I fucked this guy up. He actually doesn't need any edits, does he? No. So I will not save. Yes, I will continue. Hat is good, collar's good. It's just this part. Die, der und das. Mr. Bowler, you're talking about learning German and you're frustrated by the 3 versions of the. You know that's not even scratching the surface, dude. You have like Dasum, Danum, Deezer, Diza. You've got like 16 different variants of the, depending on the gender and also nominative. What's the genitive and accusative cases? That's a mess. The thing I kind of think is, I kind of think with learning a language like that, who cares at being perfect at it? Why not just fuck up the gender cases on the and just kind of butcher your way through it, but you can at least communicate, right? Like, why not just learn all of the words and just the sentence structure? So one thing I would think is that's important, that probably confuse Germans if you didn't speak this way, but like, if you were to say, I want to go to the theater, you would say like, ich would like to, I want to, ich will ins Kino gehen. So you'd put the verb at the very end. Like that, the sentence structure, putting verbs at the end of sentences and the way you formulate the sentence, I think matters. But der, die, des, and all those things, I feel like if you just fuck those up, who cares? Like they're gonna know what you're talking about with those. It's kind of like you know the cleaning lady in Family Guy. What's her name? Does anybody know the character I'm talking about? Nah, fuck this up. Hessian Grenadier. It's like, why not just be that? Why not be the Family Guy cleaning lady for German or for whatever language you're learning? Because people will understand you, right? You don't have to be perfect at it. Consuela, yeah. You should be like the German Consuela, and who cares? Hessian Grenadier. There we go. My speaking English is awful, and Griffin can confirm this. Yeah, people can still understand me, and yeah, exactly. I think it's totally fine. As long as people can understand you, and if you're not like working for the government to help translate or something, then who cares? Just fuck up some words. It don't matter. Collar is fine. Straps are fine. This guy's good. Will we make Shrek units? You could technically make a Shrek unit, yeah. When the game releases, we've got more unit editing tools. Do I have to edit anything else? No. Is the scenario where the French invade the UK... In the scenario where the French invade the UK, will there only be British troops or will there be subsidy infantry? There's also... All the unit rosters are... they stay the same no matter what region you're in, just for simplicity, you know. I didn't like that if you went to a certain region, it would throw off the whole balance and restrict half the units you can recruit, like something like that. I don't think that was necessary. So... In German every day I hear people mess up articles, der, die, das. It literally doesn't matter. 99%, yeah, it doesn't matter at all, honestly. Who cares? People, I speak to people all the time who are learning English, and they say "the" instead of "the" or "duh" instead of "the," and who cares? I get what they're saying. I think it's more important that people at least try to learn other languages, and if you can at least communicate a little bit with another person that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to communicate with at all, that's still a pretty big win in my opinion. Question, you showed some unique historical units. How many of them are there? There's 10 per nation, and on release day, we are going to be adding in a new system. Here's another update for release, where you can actually check on all your unlocked units. I'll show you what it looks like. 1 second. It's probably in the UI discussion. 1 sec. I have not revealed this yet to anyone. Ah, gosh, where is it? This is an old version, guys. Hold on. I don't have the official version, but you get a list. It looks way nicer than this, but you get an official list of all the units and all the unlocks, and it tells you what challenge you need. I just don't know where it is. All right, this guy definitely needs a lot of this neon green. We gotta just like throw a paint bucket over him. Because he has no... you can technically edit the facings. That's funny. Oh well, just gonna leave that then. Collar, he has no collar. Skin boots, good. So more than 50. It's not more than 50. If it's 10 per nation, there's 5 nations. That's exactly 50. It's 150 base units and then 50 renowned units. So 200 units are in the game. And no copy and paste. So there's not a single unit whose uniform, color, or stats are copy and pasted. Everything is handcrafted, completely unique. There's literally not a single unit that's in any way copy and paste. As you can see, I'm going through here. All these units are completely different. Does anyone like Steely Dan? I love Steely Dan, man. Alright, let's see here. The Schaumlippe Artillerie Befehle. You like the Midway video? That's cool, man. Thank you. It's your favorite foreign movie. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Once we get the British done, we just have the French, and then we're done with these goddamn uniforms. I'm so tired. Thinking of picking this up. Is there an editor in this game? There will be, yes. You can edit a lot. I will reveal it on release day, though. I don't want to show you guys, but it's quite extensive. You could, like, I'll show you something I made. But I don't want to reveal it. I think that it'd still be cool to have some kind of surprise. I want you to see it on release day. But check out what I made with the editor. Look, I made full Swedish units. We are thinking of adding an update as well where you can hide the national flag, so they'd only carry the Swedish one. But you can see it's pretty cool and quite extensive. You can kind of make your own army. So that's really cool. I think you guys are gonna love it. I would honestly say it's the most extensive customization tool of any war game. I can't think of any that lets you have that much control. So I'm definitely making Zouaves or like a French World War I style uniform. This is good. Is there a easier way to compare things? Not right now. We're thinking of adding that in as a quality of life feature, but one thing we did do is we added tooltips for the release update where the tooltips will just tell you in short what each weapon specializes in. So this way you don't have to hover back and forth. You can just see this weapon will be better at reload, that one will be better at shooting, and so on. It's got green pluses and red minuses, and they're accurate too. If you saw a double plus green reload and then a single plus green reload, the double plus will be better at reloading than the single plus. You can just hover over stuff on release, and yeah. Can we see the 1770s red coat you're talking about? Yeah, I can show you. This is my favorite uniform, and I'm so glad you can make it in-game. Here. Look, you can make American Revolutionary style uniforms, see? White waistcoat, white trousers, black gaiters. And so this would be much more similar to the American Revolutionary uniform. Whereas in the 7 Years' War, they had red trousers, red waistcoat, and a red shirt. And their gaiters are usually white, and then sometimes black. So the fact that you can edit that and really get that cool... Like that, to me, the 1770s uniform is my absolute favorite. I really, really like it. Are you thinking of adding a comparison weapon, a comparison tool? I just answered that question. That's honestly the most popular request. We're working on it. We've got it on our quality of life change list. It just has not been worked on yet. It's in our backlog at the moment. You just got here, gotcha. No problem, brother. No problem, brother. Any chance we get Preußen's Gloria? Well, that song wasn't written until the 19th century, so unfortunately, it's just a little too outdated. Unfortunately. I made an exception of like some 1790s music that I allowed. I think there might be a song from like 1804, maybe. But I didn't do anything like mid to late 19th century. That just didn't feel right. At least I don't think I did. Cool, this looks good. The Hussars will be so fun to customize because you can customize just every single element on that. This guy's missing a collar. There we go. Does this do anything? No. I just hope the hat lacing can be changed. You can, Hugs. You can definitely change the hat lacing, dude. How cool is that? Damn, alright, yeah, that part is kind of bugged out, but that's fine. Shirt looks good, this guy's fine. Also, yeah, you can even recolor the breastplates. Hugs, you can even recolor the leaf on some of the hats or the pom-poms. Some of the pom-poms are also split in half, so you can actually color the top part of the pom-pom different from the bottom part of the pom-pom in the editor, in the new editor. It's pretty fucking cool. So you can make very historically accurate regiments doing that. It's really, really sick. Do recruits gain more veterancy than upgraded units? They do. Recruits get a little bit of a bonus towards gaining experience. So there is a little bit of a strategy of holding back your recruits and letting them gain a bit more experience before upgrading them. Are you planning on doing the Austrian stream? I don't know what I want to do at this point. I actually did Austria in my stream on my main channel. I did Austria and I've done Russia here. So I've technically done all the nations. So what I might do is, if we do a stream on release day, I will likely just poll and let you guys pick anything you want me to cover. Like, we can look at all 15 compositions. The veterancy is capped at 9, yes. But yeah, I'd let you guys choose any kind of composition, and maybe we just leave it open to a poll. Freikorps is cool. Yeah, Freikorps would be neat. It'd be cool to go Freikorps and try to get the reload time as quick as possible. That could be like the goal. And see if we can get down to like a 4-second reload. You can get them to basically be like machine gunners if you stack the right items. It's pretty funny. This is all correct. The hat's correct. The collar's correct. We're on the last faction now. If you could do another French renowned regiment, what would it be? I don't know. I really don't know. Make veterancy reaches 10, it can go to a historical base guard unit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think what I'd more likely do, Shebdev, is... What I would more likely do is just make the renowned units recruitable at settlements if the player has them unlocked, because right now they're not. And it just makes the... It makes the renowned regiments just way too hard to get. Will there eventually be more factions? Maybe. I don't know. I kind of, with this game, I kind of had the philosophy of making every nation like as unique as humanly possible. Like in terms of playstyle, just make them as different as I could. And if I just keep adding more and more and more, all the nations will kind of start bleeding into each other and have copy and paste units and stuff. And I don't know. I don't really know if I want to add in... Unless I made the faction smaller and more specialized, but I give every nation a roster of 30 units, and it takes a very long time to balance and come up with a theme for them. So I don't want to add stuff for the sake of it. I think anything I add really has to have a purpose of saying, hey, this would be a fun way to play the game. Can we add this in? To me, that's important. Will there be an official wiki? I don't know. I'm so busy right now. It would probably take me like a month of full-time work to build a proper wiki myself. So I just don't have time. Have you considered more ethnic units for the Habsburg monarchy? Martin, honestly, there's a lot of ethnic units you can already get. I think the majority of the Austrian units are not German. They're mostly Croatians and Hungarians and Serbians, and even Dutch. Will pistols be added to the game? I've thought about adding a pistol item, yeah. I think we could do, if we ever do a big free update and just throw in some more items, I think it'd be cool to add in some pistols. It probably wouldn't even be a firearm. It would probably be an item you would equip to improve their melee. Because pistols were historically used at, like, point blank. So it'd be something that you would use in a melee. Or maybe on the charge, like on the impact, you slam into them and hit them and fire off your pistol or something like that. I don't know. Pants are good, collar's good, hat's good. Yeah, this guy's fine. Actually, he doesn't have lapels. Does that matter? Yeah, it does. Oh, well. Fouquet. Swiss Fusilier. French. This French Fusilier looks awesome. I love the uniform on him. Yeah, it'd probably make more sense to do charge impact because you'd only fire once. So, yeah. Yeah, no, that could definitely be... A pistol could be like a little charging item. So this way you could have a carbine and a pistol. Otherwise, if the pistol took up a weapon slot, you'd only be able to have a pistol or a carbine, which I don't really like that. So, yeah. I think we'll save the French veteran. Yep. If your game is successful, can we get a DLC for the American campaign? Maybe. Possibly. What do I want to do with the hat? No, the hat is good. Shirt is good. But yeah, I'll be honest, guys. I'm not really planning on DLC and stuff right now because you just don't know. I'm at kind of a turning point in my career at the moment, and I don't have enough time in my day to do YouTube and to do the game at the same time. And I think what really needs to happen is I need to release a game and see how things go, what happens. If YouTube is something I would rather prefer to pursue, or if game design and development is, but I can't do both, and I just don't want to plan for any DLC because you don't know what's going to happen. You know, we could do everything right, and then release date comes and Steam doesn't show the game to anyone. You know, I mean, we're already actually having that. We've got more people playing our demo than a bunch of other popular Next Fest games. We have like 1,400 concurrent players. There are games, and I won't say what games they are, but I've seen games with 200 concurrent players or 50 that are way above us on the list, and we're at the bottom. And it's only because they have inflated wish lists from years ago. They just have a higher wish list count. And we have higher wish list velocity, which is to say more people are wish listing our game when they see it, and a higher click-through rate, and a higher retention rate, and more concurrent players. But we're just put at the bottom of the list because we didn't have a 100K budget to blow on marketing or something. So, yeah, who knows? I mean, I think we have to see what happens there. Aha. Don't tell me. Of course. That's all right. Thank you, Forrest. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you had fun. We worked real hard on it. And it's a new foundation we can build upon. So I would have no problem if for the rest of my life I just made more games like this and we just kept building and building and making them, you know, bigger and bigger and more realistic. And that to me it's something I've played games like this. I played Empire Total War, Napoleon Total War, Medieval 2, all the Paradox games, everything since I was a little kid, all the Age of Empires games, all strategy games. And I could definitely give my life in my career to making stuff like this. It's something that I care about a lot. And that's honestly all I want to do. I don't really want to do anything else. So if I can just keep making games like this, and I don't really ever want to have like a giant studio or start doing like chasing trends for random other types of games. I just want to do a really good job at this one thing and just keep building on it. So that to me is like an ambition of mine, I would say. And thank you guys for all of the support that you've shown so far. And everyone and my family is excited that you guys are wishlisting and playing, and that they like that there's a good retention rate, and you've made everyone on the dev team and again even in family pretty excited for what you know, what we've accomplished so far. So I need a detox from the AAA slop, so I'm supporting the project. Thank you, man. Yeah, there's no loot boxes, no microtransactions, no shit. I hate it. I hate it so bad. And I honestly, man, I grew up playing PS2 and PS3 games, and I want to make people, when they play my game, I want them to feel like they're playing classic games where you boot it up. And the thing I like about our game is when you start up the game, you can hit new campaign and just go. You just play it. There is no loot pass, battle pass, you know what I mean? There's just no shit to go through. You just hit play and you can go. I also get frustrated by games. I don't know if you guys have played games where you jump in and then it's a unskippable cutscene about some bullshit, and then you go and play. You get 2 more minutes of gameplay and another unskippable cutscene hits you. And then you play for 2 minutes, and then the pop-up shows you the new things you can buy at the shop and the 8 different currencies you can spend. And you play for another 2 minutes, and another pop-up shows the new battle pass, season rewards. And it's like, can you just let me play the damn game? Oh my gosh. So, I'm so tired of games like that. So it's just that to me is my philosophy going into making stuff like this is you've just got to be able to turn it on and play it and not have the constant interruptions. All right, what else does he need? He's got a collar. You can edit the hat, waistcoat. Yeah, he's good. For MOC is really like Cossacks 2 at the time. Simple, elegant, and fun. Yeah. Yeah, you can just jump in, you play, you don't have to worry about anything else. And you're not bombarded with, here are all the potential DLC you can get. Don't forget to collect all the DLC. Oh, you can't play as that. Don't forget to collect this DLC. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind when I see that stuff. When I boot up a game and when half the playable stuff is locked behind DLC, I'm banging my head against a fucking wall, man. So, I just hate it. I just want to get in and just play. Did you make the decision to do the vertical editions? I did, Thud, and cool. This is correct. Does this part matter? Yes, it does. Yeah, we gotta make all that green. The waistcoat's fine. This guy's good. Well, you say that, but I do wish you end up giving up DLC factions. Yeah, I don't mind making DLC. I'm not against DLC if it adds something meaningful to the game. But when half the game's content has been purposefully locked from the player, that's not cool. Like, at all. I really, really don't like that. Let's just do this for the Volunteers Grenadier. Yeah, you shouldn't be like, you shouldn't feel bad when you boot up a game because you're missing half the shit and you have to spend $350 to actually play it. That's like completely unacceptable. I don't think I can't even think of a single. Maybe the only time a game should do that is if it's a free to play, because if they're not earning any money at all and everything is content, you just have to buy into it. Then I guess that's really the only excuse for it. But I also think free to play games suck. So, yeah, that's just my opinion, though. I'm not. If you like free to play games, it's fine. I just don't like the model personally. I like to buy something and I just play it. Does this guy wear a cross belt? No, he does not. Have I seen the textures and models of the newest Pokemon? No, I have not. I'm not sure what you mean. This guy is fine. Someone asked if you can play the game offline. I believe you can. The only thing that we have an issue with is some of the achievement icons don't load, but I think Tom just fixed that. The only thing is, like, a lot of the game's progression is tied to Steam achievements, so you just have to be playing the game through Steam, but I'm pretty sure you can play it offline and that's fine. It's just that some of the achievement icons, last time I checked, look a little weird. But the game does not lock you out. In fact, I think even if you're not connected to Steam, I think you can actually still get the achievements, which is pretty cool. Okay, this is good. Yeah, I love the leopard pattern hat. Isn't it cool? It is pretty neat. Do you have Chronoscough in the other tab to make the units? I do not. What I'm doing right now, Hugs, is I'm not actually making any units. What I'm doing is I'm designating parts of the uniform with this neon green color. Because see how I added 2 neon green colors and it didn't affect the uniform? This is because there are empty color slots on the left which are not being used. And because we're giving the player more customization tools, we don't want to give them a part of the uniform that they can recolor, which isn't in use because they're going to be confused. It's like, hey, why did I fill in this color, but nothing happened? So when I put in this green screen, it tells the game not to show that to the player, to hide it. So I'm essentially hiding parts of the uniform that are already made, so I don't need Chronoscough. I'm just hiding stuff that's that's redundant, basically. And for anybody who missed it, we are giving players the ability to edit every single color on the entire uniform. So that's why I need to do this before release. I'm basically just cleaning up redundant colors that aren't utilized on certain uniforms. That's all. And we're almost done, actually, and then we're going to move on to our next job. I meant in the past, but thanks for explaining. Ah, yes. In the past, I did have Chronoscough open to help me out with a lot of these. Definitely. Are there any other types of games you would make if you didn't have to think of money or time? I think the only thing I want to do in the future is I want to make a Victorian grand strategy game that is focused on combat. So it would have like some economics, but it'd be real time, and you would fight out. Like I would love to start it in 1861. So the moment you jump in as the Union, you lead the country, and you can just command the armies and then fight in battles and stuff. And that's something I would probably do in my 30s. So maybe in like 6 to 8 years, I would make that. But before that, what I'd probably make are more games like this and just keep slowly iterating and building out. And the campaign would kind of be like Mount & Blade. And the battles would stay like this, like Total War. That's kind of my combination that I really want to do. But I, of course, need a larger budget to pull that off. I don't need a super high budget because we don't need the graphics to compete with those games. Like, obviously, this game proved that you don't need great graphics because the graphics are pretty, like, average in this game. But the player, like, people have been playing a whole ton. They don't care. People have been super happy with the game, and the retention's great. So you don't need amazing graphics. You don't need to spend $1 million on that. So it's actually not too difficult to do. Of course, I do want to improve the graphics over time. Like, that's still an important part of the game to me. Like, the graphics need to be good enough that you feel immersed in the actual combat. So it's not an excuse. You can't. I don't think people should say, you know, gameplay over graphics, therefore I'm gonna ignore graphics. I think for us, we had a budget, so we made the graphics more cartoony, but at least they have style. At least they got. I like the style that we chose. I know people have criticized it for being too cartoony, but I think it's cool. I'm happy with it. Yeah, it does have character, Hammy. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. All right, we finished all of the uniforms, which is fantastic. All right, are you ready for me to? Are you ready for me to break my word and just very quickly show you what the new customization system looks like, just for like a split second? You get to see it for like a second. That's it. I'll show you for 2 seconds. Santiago, Griffin, no. Should I not do it, Santiago? Maybe you're right, dude. Maybe I shouldn't do it. Damn. No. I know. You're right. You guys have to be patient. God, I'm so bad at doing like Christmas surprises and stuff, you know? No. Santiago's absolutely right. I told Santiago, I told him to keep the secret. Wow, bro, way to ruin it. Listen. It's not Santiago's fault because I told him to do that. He's a playtester. I told him we can't leak it. So he's actually making me be responsible. I know I shouldn't do it. Don't blame him. Literally blame me for baiting you guys. Blame me, not him at all. Because it was my instruction. I'm just really bad at keeping secrets, and I love sharing things. But I promise that we're going to show it off so soon anyways. So my developers would also kill me. They would write messages and be like, dude, you told us we were going to keep it as a surprise. But yeah, do not blame Santiago. Blame me for that. All right. Next thing we got to do is maybe I'll look at artillery for a little bit. I'm going to play with artillery for an hour. I'm going to play the game using the artillery, and let's go try to improve it. I've already made some massive changes to it, so let's just see how it's feeling. Hey, look, if I'm playing the game, I may or may not flash the customization on screen for a second by accident. But yeah, let me tell you guys before you see this what I've changed to the artillery so far. Basically what's happened is, first, the game used to work where with artillery only, specifically, if you had 1 accuracy and 100 accuracy, it's your percentage to hit. And so if you got a unit to 100 accuracy, it has 100% to hit every single time, which that's kind of weird, right? Like, there's no way an artillery piece should be able to hit 100% of the time. So here's what we did. We changed the scale to be 1 out of 150 skill. So now if your skill is 100, you don't have a 100% chance to hit. You'd only have a 100% chance to hit if you got 150 accuracy on a unit, which is almost nearly impossible. So now every artillery piece in the game is less accurate because the scale got pushed upward. Nothing is going to be doing guaranteed shots to hit. By the way, here's my new map size. This is the new vertical extension. You can see how much further back the enemy spawns compared to my size, or my forces here. Let me actually show you guys a little preview of... Did I turn the AI off? Let me check. There. We're going to go in. I'll show you some artillery. And the other thing I did is this. I changed the 3-pounders. And I made it so the 3-pounders deal more damage. I'm sorry. They deal less damage. They take a little bit longer to reload, just marginally. And they're more accurate. So they're actually, what's kind of cool is the 3-pounder is more accurate than the 12-pounder now. It used to increment upward. It used to go 0.45, 0.5, right? So you'd have 50% accuracy plus your base accuracy with the 12-pounder. But the thing I didn't like about that is you could give a 12-pounder to an untrained crew, and they'll perform more efficiently than if you gave them a lower 3-pounder. So now you have less accuracy, but you deal more damage, meaning you don't want to give a 12-pound gun to an untrained crew. You want to give it to the higher tier crew, and then they will be able to use that gun more correctly. So you've basically got to earn that accuracy in order to deal more damage, and I think that is good. So that's something we did as well. I also took the reload times of the 6 and 12-pounders and bumped them up marginally by 3 or 4 seconds, and took the howitzers and bumped them down by like 3 or 4 seconds. Because I was finding, do you want to wait 77 seconds to shoot or 55 seconds? That's already a lot longer you have to wait, and you're less accurate with a howitzer, and you're only doing a little more damage. This used to be 80 seconds, and this used to be 50 seconds. So it'd be a 30-second difference. Now I've tightened the differences between the howitzers and the 12-pounder. And what we can do is I can load in with all this artillery now, and we can evaluate some of the gun's performances. So let's take a look at like a 3-pound gun. And this is not done yet. We still have to keep editing this and tinkering with it. But I like to set it up between these 2 trees, and then grab an enemy unit and put them in between these 2 trees, and then test the damage. So we can fire here with our 3-pounders. And we did 58 damage. In fact, I should probably not put them in such a column. Maybe something like this is more balanced formation. And I'll fast forward. I set the fast forward speed to really fast so we can just watch them fire for a while there. So you can see they're doing okay. This is a battalion artillery piece. It does have 5 guns. Normally the battalion guns only have 4, not 5. So actually this is 6. So they actually would get less kills than this if you equipped it onto a battalion gun. But you can see here I've already used half my ammo, and it's not that impressive. And so it's just a good like support tool for your infantry now. And then I can bring up a new unit, and we can test out another change. But yeah, we can see they've used all their ammo and routed 1 battalion. And they racked up 800 kills though. So yeah, even though they couldn't break a unit like on impact, they did get they still got a lot of kills, which I think is a good way to do it. Then we can take a look at our 12-pounders. Now I know we've had problems with the 12-pounders, so these should be a little weaker. The main thing is their accuracy is not as good as it used to be. They've lost a lot of accuracy. But yeah, let me clarify something that these guys basically had to expend all of their ammunition, fire at point blank against an enemy in order to earn those amount of kills, and they have an extra 2 guns that they shouldn't be having. So a field gun gets 6 guns. A battalion gun normally gets 4. This is getting an artificial extension of 2 guns. So that's why they performed pretty decent there, but they also couldn't even break a unit until they've used all of their ammo, so yeah. And here's the 12-pounder. Now again, this is not fully balanced. There might be an issue with this. We'll determine it. But look, 65 kills in the first shot. It's not that bad. It's not horrible, but it's not overpowered. Pretty much missed fully that shot. Because that 64 accuracy is no longer a 60% chance to hit. In fact, let me do the math for you. Or actually, I'll have ChatGPT do the math. Let's see. There. So 64 accuracy used to be a 64% chance to hit. And now it's a 42% chance to hit. So most of these guns will miss each shot, whereas before most of them used to hit. So the 12-pounder, look, I'm still actually doing good work. I've got decent kills. I've got this guy half retreated. Let's say he was marching up before he's even fought me, but The reload time's a little bit longer, and you really have to work for that accuracy more now. The other thing we've done is the AI using artillery. There was a bug. How will we know the percentage if you need ChatGPT to calculate it? Because you don't really need to know the percentage. You don't really need to know that. Like, does a commander know he has an exact 42% chance to hit every time he shoots? Not really. The idea is, though, that the higher the stat goes, the more kills you're going to get. 64 is not a percentage. 64 is a skill. So it'd be like if an RPG game, I had a 42 skill in Magic. But a 42 skill is not a percentage of anything. It's not going to tell you your chance to cast a spell. Some RPG games do give you that information, but as a historical war game, I don't really like to give players exact percentages because a commander doesn't have access to that. The only exception is the seconds on reload. But I do enjoy being able to see that because a commander could actually tell his men, like, all right, we're going to time you guys to fire. How long does it take these guys to reload? Like, how many times you guys hear, oh, the Prussian soldier could fire 3 rounds a minute? So commanders were obviously interested in how many rounds they can get off per minute. So I like revealing that stat to the player. But they shouldn't know the exact percentage to hit with an artillery piece. Here's the other thing, too. This accuracy is modified by distance. So the further away, this accuracy is technically going down when you're firing at max range compared to closer. So even if I wanted to, I can't tell you the exact percentage of you hitting. Here's the other thing that we've changed. The other thing that we've changed is the AI used to hit 100% of the time. Did you guys know that? So look at the AI hit chance. Hit true, 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 hit true. It is 100% hit rate. And so in the new version, we've fixed it. We fixed the... it was basically a seeding error with the RNG. But look, now it's actually missing multiple shots. Now it's way more balanced. So enemy artillery is no longer a menace. And your artillery is good, but you can see these guys are, like, not absolute killers. Something I do want to test is if I use all the ammunition of my 12-pounder to make sure it's surpassing the kills of my 3-pounder. I almost think this 3-pounder could actually come down in damage a little bit. Because look, it's got 829 kills compared to the 12-pounder. Now, to be fair, the 12-pounder is firing much further away. If that 12-pounder was firing at point blank, this kills would probably be at 1,000 right now. But yeah, you can see I'm getting 600 kills a battle now with these guys, which is much more reasonable. I think these guys probably just need... The 3-pounder probably just needs a slight debuff, so let's do that. Because I did increase it, which I kind of regret doing. I don't think it needs that increase anymore, because I made it quite accurate. So let's take the cannonball damage and let's just try it out. Let's try it at 2.5 instead of 3.5. And let me check in the version you guys are playing at what the cannonball damage of the 3-pounder is. Because I think in your version it's 2.5, so I don't think we need to increase it. Let's see. It's 2.5, yeah. So I'm just going to bring it back to where it was. 2.5 is perfectly reasonable to me. You can make a slight adjustment to the 3-pounder for damage, make it accurate, fast-firing gun that chips. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Look, the 3-pounder has the most accuracy, the quickest reload, but the least amount of damage. So you're just able to get shot after shot off. And the 3-pounders benefit from limber chests, so you can just keep rattling off fire with them. But the 12-pounder you want to upgrade to once your crew actually has a good amount of accuracy and training. So we're going to go in and test out that 3-pounder again and make sure if both the 3-pounder and the 12-pounder, if they both use up all their ammunition, to make sure the 12-pounder does more damage. Because it honestly should. So let's just put them side by side. Now, to be fair, the 2 crews that I'm going to be using, the crews actually have different base stats. So there is going to be a slight, what do you call that? A margin of error. Where, you know, a gun might have plus 50 or minus 50 kills that it normally wouldn't get if I had made the stats even. So just ignore that. We just don't want a giant disparity. We don't want somebody getting hundreds more kills that they shouldn't be getting, you know? So I'm going to take our standard iron 12-pound gun and stick that against a 3-pound gun. Now, this one's Prussian, that one's Austrian. You can see They've got a slight stat difference, but it's not big enough that it should like make a massive difference, you know. So they're both gonna fire at the same range. And let's stick them to fire here, which is pretty close. So maybe I'll move them just a little bit further away. I like that. That seems fair to me. So the 3-pounder's kind of firing at the maxed range, and the 12-pounder's firing a little bit closer there. And we're going to have our 3-pounder fire there, and the 12-pounder fire there, and we're going to fast forward until they've used all their ammunition each. So right now the 12-pounder's ahead, but the 3-pounder's pulling ahead because it's firing faster. But it's going to burn through its ammo. But let's see. Yeah, now the 12-pounder's picking up, because each shot it does land, it's doing more damage. But they're kind of neck and neck because of the speed. I could probably lower the damage even further, honestly. What's the shell damage at? 25? Let's see. The biggest thing is he's going to burn through. Look, he's already burnt through most of his ammo. Oh, he's burnt through most of his ammo too. Okay. The only other thing that throws off the test a little bit is the Austrian guns are more accurate. Or the Austrian crew is more accurate. So they're landing more of their shots. But either way, it shouldn't be outperforming a 12-pounder in my opinion. You do get the range benefit, which is nice on the 12-pounder. But look, it outgunned it with speed. So wouldn't it be fair if we compared the same faction? I would agree. So before I make any further changes, what I should have been doing to begin with, honestly, is let's go ahead and make the factions the same for the test, okay? So how we're going to do that is we're going to go in, reassign the 3-pounders the default gun, because I was making some tests. Grab our 6-pounder, make that the new default, which it should be there. Good. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take a reserve artillery and field artillery and make them identical in stats. And then give one the 12-pounder and give the other the 3-pounder. There. Now that's an appropriate test. And then we're going to test the Prussian reserve artillery and field artillery, which I already have loaded. So we're going to rebuild items and units. And then we can do a proper side-by-side test. Good. And then we're going to load that in, and as we load in, I revert it to make sure we don't forget, because we don't want to leave those stats higher, you know? There. That's correct now. So we're going to load in and re-perform the test. There it is. Sorry, I'm just moving my tabs around. There we go. Can you tell me what the main difference is between cannons? JB, we're actually going to add a tooltip that does that for you. But of course, I'll explain it before the tooltips are added. The field guns are meant to be a little less accurate and they fire a little quicker. And the howitzers fire further away and deal more damage and they're slower. That's the gist between those. And a unicorn is a hybrid. So a unicorn just does a bit of both. It's got a bit of the range. And a bit of that reload buff, but it's not as good at specializing in either of them. Okay. Thank you, Haiku. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, man. So let's line these guys up. Now this is a field. These guys have the exact same stats. They're just using two different guns. So let's make sure, because I think the 3-pounder might be a little overpowered. Let's make sure the 3-pounder doesn't outperform the 12. And if necessary, all we've got to do is just bring that 3-pounder down a little bit then. There we go. So the 3-pounder is going to fire that way. 12-pounder will fire this way. No, that's the 3-pounders on the left. Okay. So first volley got more kills because they've got higher accuracy. 12-pounder's catching up a little bit now. 12-pounder's now beating the 3-pounder. But not by much. I think it should probably beat it more. I think the 3-pounder's just got too much shell damage. I like that the 3-pound is accurate. I think with the 3-pounder you should be hitting most of your shots, but the damage per shot should be lower. That's my opinion. Yeah, I can already tell that's what I want to do. So we're going to lower that 3-pounder down to 2 damage, which might allow us to take the 6-pounder and move it down to 3, so it just goes 2, 3, 4. So you see more of a jump between artillery pieces, potentially. And you see the reload time is 10-second difference between these two. Let's go 3, and then I'll test it, of course. But let's try that. The 6-pounder howitzer should be 0.5 more than that. This is basically the 12-pounder. That should be 0.5 more than that. And then this is up to 4.5 and takes way longer. So it'd probably go 5.5, but that's quite high. That's quite high. Maybe what we could do is let the 16-pound howitzers be killers, right? But then make their reload cost higher so that you have less... With these big 16-pound guns, they're going to murder when they do fire, but they're going to burn through ammo quicker. And that might be a cool way to balance them. By the way, everything down here gets auto-balanced for me. So all we have to do... Look, they use a formula. They just get auto-balanced. So all we have to do is really balance the top guns and make sure they're feeling good. And the bronze and the specialty guns should work automatically. A unicorn is meant to be a hybrid. So let me just check something. .8. So that's between these two values. So that's supposed to be a 4, and that's supposed to be a 5 there. But they've just got such long reload times that typically people avoid them. So I think if they did more damage, people would be more attracted to using them. But yeah, this should make the 2-pounder, or sorry, the 3-pounder less of a given. The other thing we can do now is if we want to test out all of these artillery pieces, let's put them in like that and give everyone the same stats there. And we're going to build items and units. And now we can do a side-by-side-by-side test between 3, 6, and 12-pounder. Is this the first game I produced? No, I made a game called Fire and Maneuver. That was my first game. All right, we're going to go back in. And then I'm going to make sure I undo those changes. There we go. Ah. God damn it. There we go. I want troops to focus on moving on roads and bridges so they can move easily. Salsa, what you can do is you can go on column and hold left shift and then just draw a path along the roads. It will not be automatic. We just don't have time to build a complex pathfinding system like that. I'll show you how it works when we load in, actually. I've got some infantry. I can show you how to do it. But yeah, let's now go in. There. Now we can do a side-by-side-by-side test with 3 units. Slowly, the guns get bigger. And then I'll show you the infantry real quick. Let me grab some people to shoot against. Fusilier, Fusilier, Fusiliers. They're all Fusiliers. They all have officers attached. They're not going to run instantly. Let's fire a little bit further away. There we go. The 3-pounder is a little bit... Yeah, there. That's a better distance. And before these guys shoot, what I'll show you is what you can do is you can draw these guys in a column like that. And then what you can do is you can tell them to move and then hold left shift and look, you can draw them along the roads. And they're not going to do a perfect job, but they will follow along those roads now. How do I view orders? You hold left tab and you can preview that. We're going to add that to the tutorial, by the way, and a lot of people are asking about it. Can I ask what the neglected artillery corps of the Prussian faction does? So it's not a hidden modifier. It's just that the base stats of Prussian artillery is less good compared to other nations. Because in real life, the Prussians looked down on the artillery corps. They didn't really see them as an important part of their military, so Frederick kind of looked down on them. They were okay with the cavalry, and they loved the infantry, but the artillery was really largely looked down upon. They were just seen as like nerds. They were like the engineers and the mathematicians. They weren't really seen as the soldiers and brave. So we're going to fire and... Let's see. First volleys. 3-pounder gets 16, 20, and 0. He got unlucky and missed. Is it true that closer units are, the more accurate they get? Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's called the effective range of a unit. So 87, 100, 134. That's a nice, like, incrementing steps there. That's cool. Damn, that was a really good volley that guy just did. Line of sight is a problem. Artillery firing through a hill. Yeah, I know. It's not Chris, it's not a perfect simulation. Like this game is actually a 2D game. If I flatten the camera, you can see everything's technically 2D. It's all an illusion. The hill's not even real. But we just didn't have the budget. We don't have the team. We're not Total War. So if it's something that bothers you, you can check in on our next game, and by the next time we make our next game, maybe we'll do a better job. But there's absolutely nothing we can do because the trees are hand-placed props that I put down in the map editor. They're just sprites. The game has no way to register that they even exist beyond the data of a forest. But the artillery is meant to fire indirectly as well. So, there's just nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. Okay, does water affect movement? Yeah, it does. The 3-pounder got 356 kills, 458 kills. 500. So they're actually incrementing 100 kills per upgrade. You can see there. I think that sounds pretty good. I got up to 600 kills with no veterancy and no items. So if you stack items and veterancy on this unit, you probably get back to 1,000 kills. I think in the previous version, though, you were almost guaranteed that 1,000 kills before you even started stacking items. How come you don't capture artillery pieces? Because they're the most expensive. That's a high kill rate per minute. It's not the minutes in the top right are not ticking to real time. Watch, if I go slow motion, the timer still counts. If I go to fast motion, it still counts like normal. So that was actually about 10 in-game minutes of firing. This new speed 5, I changed it for testing reasons. The game is now running at 10 times the speed. Look, I have a 10x multiplier on the speed. It used to be a 2.5, but for testing purposes, I made it go 10 times faster. So look how fast a unit moves. They move around like cavalry, right? Because it's max speed. Yeah. What did someone else ask? Oh, about capturing artillery. The thing is, you also don't capture the exact guns they use, or the exact boots they use, or the exact horses they use, or the exact artillery they use. If you could capture the guns, why can't you capture any of those? And if you can't capture any of those, why can't I just get rich and have everything at the start of the game maxed out and the best before the game's even really started? Why can't I just capture everything and just become better than anything else and just have every item to me? And when I fight an enemy artillery piece, I just take all the cannons, and I never need to buy a cannon anymore. I never need to visit a town to buy new ordnance. I never need to buy new musket because I've captured every musket on the battlefield all the time. You know, there's things like that that's just for gamification purposes. I think it's just more fun to go to a town and save up and buy a cool artillery piece. By the way, there is a chance you actually can get an artillery piece from winning a battle. There's always a chance. It's just randomness. The loot generation's random. There's so many items. There's such a big item pool. So it's based on luck. In Acts 2 and 3, you will get better loot. In Act 1, you're getting worse loot because it's just the very beginning of the war. So I think you will need to play the full game to get that experience first. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the performance of the artillery here. The next thing I want to do, though, is I'm going to screenshot this, and we're going to switch over to howitzers. And howitzers should just be performing better. It should get more kills. And you might say, well, why is that the case? Why is that howitzer just objectively better? The thing is, a howitzer is going to take longer to shoot, and we're not testing for speed. We're just testing for the end results of damage. So what should happen is if we change all these out, what should happen is we're going to do more damage, but it's theoretically going to take more time. But we're not, we're fast forwarding anyways. So really we're just looking to make sure that the howitzer's getting we know it's going to take longer to reload. Look, 77 seconds takes a while. It's times 1.4 times it takes to fire a 12-pounder. So the time's already accounted for. We just need to make sure the damage is worth it. Because what you don't want to happen is you don't want to have to buy a howitzer and you're waiting longer to shoot and you're doing less damage. That'd suck, right? So we want to make sure the damage feels good and that they're really pulling their weight. So we're going to rebuild unit data and try that. And build item data just in case too. Cool. And then we're going to undo that change. There. How OP are the HQ armies in later acts? They get pretty damn strong. Did you know they can actually field up to 6 divisions by the end of the game? And technically, if you play with difficulty modifiers, if you play with difficulty modifiers, you can face up to 30 enemy regiments. And if you mod the game, which modding is quite easy, you can make that number whatever you want. I heard somewhere that rating isn't supposed to progress the days. That's not true. It is meant to waste time. That's the biggest negative effect of rating, is the time it takes. So I'm going to recreate the same range and parameters with my howitzers now. And grab the same units and put them at the same distance. So these guys were approximately here. Doesn't have to be perfect. But they're about there, and they were formed in 2 rows. So it was more like that. That's correct. And this guy was skewed a little bit more to the right, and so was he. There. So let's fire our howitzers now and see how they're doing. Basically, what should happen here is they should be getting pretty good kills, but they should be expending a good amount of ammunition. Yeah, look at this. So take a look. This is pretty cool. They fired their first volley. They're down to 89% ammo, but the smaller howitzer fired its first volley. It's only down to 92%. So they're actually consuming larger ammunition depending on the size of the cannon. So it makes the limber chests more efficient on like large-scale howitzers to keep them firing longer. But yeah, now let's just speed through the test. And these howitzers can fire way further out. I hope the game does well. It'd be cool to see Sweden, Spain, and Portugal. Yeah. So rating's like a noob trap? I don't think so. I mean, rating's situational. Like, all of the stances are situational. You don't want to forage the whole game. You also don't want to drill the whole game, and you don't want to raid the whole game. Like, you use those things when you need to. You can definitely feel it's taking longer to complete this test. There we go. So 640, 470, 649. Damn, this one did pretty horrible. Isn't that surprising? Because 649. Yeah, these did the same amount of damage. Yeah, this one has 55 shell damage compared to 35. So howitzers are definitely inconsistent, which is good that we found that. I think what is this, a 3-pound howitzer? 6-pounder, okay. So that's compared with that. Yeah, that is pulling its weight. The 6-pound howitzer is exactly the way it should be. It's performing perfectly. This 3.5 is doing excellent. This is where it gets tricky. These guys are really doing a bad job. I think it's because look how low the accuracy gets. It goes down to 0.25. That's not good. I think what we need to do is, gosh, you know what? The accuracy, I would keep the accuracy low, so it really is hard to hit with these things. But when they hit, maybe we make them hit like a truck. I could even play with the explosion radius. So even if you miss a little bit, the radius to hit is larger. So if you fired a howitzer into a column, it would do better. I don't like to play with this stat. You notice I made the explosion stat the same for everything because it can throw off the math wildly. But with the tests we're running, how rapid they are, I don't mind just doing a quick test with it. We can do that. And then this 16-pound howitzer basically did nothing. We can go up to 6 and see how that feels. And then go up to maybe 5 for this one. This one shouldn't get changed, though, to be honest. Actually, let's not change too many factors. Why don't we just change the explosion radius? Keep everything else the same. It's 1.4 times multiplier, that's fine. Reload supply slowly goes up, that's fine. Yeah. Let's go ahead and test this out again. I'm going to screenshot the results first. And the biggest issue is that the accuracy is just too damn low on those high power howitzers. And so what would happen is if you put this on a better trained crew, the higher tier howitzer is going to do better. But if you put a high powered howitzer, like a really high caliber one, on an untrained crew, they actually do worse than if you would just use the lower tier, which I think is quite interesting. And that's not a thing that's hidden to the player. You'll see that the gun is less inherently accurate but deals more damage. So you don't want to give a low accurate weapon to a low skill unit. And then what? That'd be like giving a Jaeger rifle to a recruit. It doesn't mean the Jaeger rifle's bad. It just means you're giving it to the wrong fucking unit. So, but that being said, the stats of these individual units are pretty average. All three of them are average. So we should be noticing the high-powered howitzer performing better, and we're not right now. That's a great question, JB. Can't the stats with the howitzers make for some crazy builds with grape shot? I actually get to control grape shot damage separately. Look at canister damage. I made the canister damage way lower with howitzers. They basically suck at using canister, and that will be revealed on the tooltip. But they're basically just for indirect fire. If you try to use them close up, they're not very good. Okay. So these are our new and improved howitzers, which may be OP. They might be OP. Because we just increased the explosion radius. So that means even if it misses by a little bit, it's still going to kill someone when it normally wouldn't have with a field gun. So you're actually allowed to be a little less accurate with these now. So let's fire... Oh, don't want to do that. Okay. 105, 37, 45. Why is this... Let me see if it's missing or not. It could be a bug where it just can't miss. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know if this thing is even missing. Sorry, I just had to send a message out. That it feels weird that my 3-pounder just kills it. It's only 10 more accuracy, but it's just obliterating, and the 16-pound howitzer can't do shit. It's firing at an angle, which could hurt it, so I will just move this a little bit. There. But, yeah, it's nuts. It's kind of strange because I gave it more, I mean, this gun's actually performing better, pretty good now, the 10-pounder. Maybe it's because the little one is more inside its... What do you mean by that? Maybe it's because the little one is inside more optimal user range? Maybe. Like, this actually should get higher effective range at this closer range than that. See how this is firing at the lighter part of the red? There, they've all used all their ammo. It actually increments down. 800, 600, 500. Yeah, let's test out effective range. The effective range is lower on this, and the effective range is higher on these. We're going to try a 200 effective range for all of them. The other thing I'm just curious to try is let's go 0.3, 0.3, 0.3 on everything. 4, 4, 4 on everything. 40, 40, 40 on everything. 20, 20, 20 on everything. In fact, I'm going to go 10-second reloads. They fire quickly. Now they're virtually identical. 400, 400, 400. I'm going to do this in case there's a hidden stat that's actually breaking these that's somewhere else. So we're going to rebuild items. And now if I rebuild items, they should all do identical damage. And if they don't, there's a coding error, which is good to identify here. There. And I'm going to revert what I just did because we don't want to keep that. Ah, whoops. There we go. And then we're going to go check those cannons again. And they should all be doing identical damage now. In fact, what would be interesting is, yeah, if I click between them, look, the stats are all the same on the left. 40 shell, 30%. 40 shell, 30%. Yeah, they're all identical. And they'll all be spaced out evenly. And they'll all have the same type of target. And I'm really hoping they all do the same amount of damage, because then it means it's within my control to fix this. If it's not within my control, I've got to get a programmer in and take a look. Look, it gets more... no, hold on. Everybody's catching up. Okay. It's still getting more kills than everyone else, which is kind of funny. Yeah, it still beat everyone. I'm going to do one more test where I change the position of it. I'm going to move that howitzer on the right side and move this to the left side in case there's an angle. Maybe like the slight angle is different. Are you watching the stream, Tom? If you're watching the stream, what had happened, the reason it's only 40 extra kills is because it routed the enemy first, meaning the other artillery next to it got to do 2 volleys because its enemy was not routing. So the one on the left stopped firing or was firing at a less effective range when its enemy broke, whereas the ones on the right, I set the reload time to only 10 seconds. So meanwhile, the guy on the left is retreating. They're firing off like 2 or 3 extra volleys, and they're still 40 below the one on the left. So if they got to get an extra 2 or 3 shots out, and they're still below with the same exact stats, and it's consistently happening here, it's weird. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun that test, and I'm going to put the lower power one on the right this time. I'm just going to increment everything down like that. And then we're going to run that test one more time. Like this. There. And then everyone's going to shoot. Because maybe it's just the gun on the left that's doing better. What's this? 6-pounder. 6-pounder's doing worse. Yeah, look, look, look. It's the slight angle, I think. Well, no, this might just be RNG at this point now. This part might just be RNG. Look, he still broke him first. What the hell? Why does this goddamn... I mean, they got the same amount of kills, so it's not a bad thing, but it just seems like this guy's like... He's always getting the enemy to break before everyone else. That's frustrating to see. At least the kills are pretty much equalized. I don't know why the guy in the middle is so much less, but there is RNG because the accuracy is so low. It's only at 55 that you get a lot of RNG happening here. So, yeah. I think because the accuracy is dipping down so low with this howitzer, it is having a tougher time. What do I want to do to solve that? Maybe the explosion radius on this. Here's what we could do. We go 2.5, 275, and 3. So the explosion radius becomes larger the heavier caliber it is, which would be kind of cool. I like that. And now let's reset the test again with the old stats that we had. Yeah, I think this is good. And so now the larger tier howitzer has got larger explosion radius. So I think that makes sense. Let's try it out. I think a holy hand grenade item would be a fun Easter egg. Yeah, I know, Clayton. I think I would like to name the excellent grenade quality to a holy hand grenade. I think that would be cool. That would be a fun joke. All right. So now we're going to run this test again. Oh, yeah, if we had the Reichsarmee of the Holy Roman Empire, we can do a holy hand grenade. Yeah, that works. All right. So they're pretty much dead center now. Let's fire our 3-pound. There we go. So on the first volleys, 0 kills, 105 kills. Damn, and 0. Okay, so they're highly inaccurate, but when they hit, they just really, really devastate. 82, 181. Only 27. God damn, what's up with this guy? That accuracy is really screwing him. Everyone else is, like, really up there. Damn, what is up with this curse that the high-tier howitzers just can't get any damn kills? These guys actually increment nicely. 200 to 400, and then to 200? I'm telling you it's the trees. No, it's not the trees. I'll run the test one more time and put their positioning backwards. Oh, there we go. He's catching up now. Everyone else is about to run out of ammo. The biggest thing is his accuracy is so damn low. Oh, you know what's interesting that I did not think about? Yeah, look, he eventually got more than the others. You know what I didn't think about, guys? That's interesting. The more time you spend reloading, the more fatigue you build up. Look at these guys. Their stamina is 45 because they don't have to reload as much with a lower tier gun. These guys with the bigger howitzer are winded with 32 stamina, which has decreased their accuracy because they're tired from reloading the higher caliber weapon, which requires more effort. So they're becoming worse because of that. That's what's happening, which is kind of cool, actually, because it means you actually have to put stamina items on your good artillery to get the most out of them. That's a neat detail. But, yeah, I mean, I think this is okay. I think what I want to do is just run the test one more time. And then just put them in a different sequencing order. Because there's a lot of RNG at play because the accuracy is so low. Which, luckily, the player has input on the accuracy of their men. You know what I'd love to test? Is to run this test one more time. But then take the unit accuracy and put it up. As though we're simulating giving these guns to a higher highly trained crew. Because then the lower tier weapons might fall off because they're more accurate, even more accurate, but the damage isn't going up. And then the higher tier weapon, which has a lot of damage, has also got great accuracy. And now that thing's just landing. And then you might be getting crazy damage off. So I'm very curious to test that. And that'd be a really cool thing to simulate because we want it so that the untrained, crappy crews shouldn't be given the best weapon in the game and able to... It'd kind of be like, again, giving a Jaeger rifle to a recruit. You would not expect good results from that. And that's kind of what we're actually aiming for. Before we do that, though, I'm testing the results backwards, because sometimes the positioning does screw up the test. And there's a lot of RNG because howitzers have lower accuracy than field guns, so they're just harder to test. See, look, this one got more kills than that, but I can tell it's not the positioning. What I think is happening, it's really the accuracy. I think this 16-pound howitzer, if you give it to an untrained crew, it just has a really tough time, it seems. But the 6-pound howitzer, you can give it to a lesser trained crew and you do an okay job. While this is happening, I'm now going to repeat the test. And what we're going to do is give these guys the same exact stats, but look, everybody is going to come up in accuracy to now be 60 or 50 maybe. No, that's an extra 40. That'd be like 80. Yeah, okay. 600. Yeah, they all ended up getting 600 kills by the end. So now let's try if everybody had great accuracy. 60 might be too high. We're at 25. Let's double the accuracy and go to 50. Okay. And then run the test again. And I would be okay if all the howitzers performed about the same if you had a really crappy crew. But if you train the crew, then the 16-pounder becomes overpowered. That would be kind of a cool effect that happens. Are we running on a 0-skill officer? Yes, we are. So this is very vanilla. It's unrealistically vanilla, because normally you'd have at least a veterancy or an officer or an item. But I'm just trying to get the clean base stats looking correct so that the higher tier guns are actually performing better. So now, look, I have 85 accuracy per unit. So we're really going to expect, I'm going to be pissed off if this doesn't happen, we're really going to expect the high-powered howitzer to outperform everything with this accuracy, because it's going to be able to be so consistent with its shots that it should start outperforming. Okay. First shots, let's see. 40 damage, 37, 146. So that's that accuracy now really helping us. Let's fire next volleys. 122, 135, 146. Okay. So let's let him keep firing. Yeah, look at the morale that just dropped on that guy on the right. Middle as well now just dropped. I'm going to let everybody fire all their ammunition. It definitely seems, though, like the... Oh, wow. Holy shit. Did it just get a really lucky shot and just blast? Yeah, the howitzers are like luck-based. If that shell lands in the right spot, it could just rout the entire unit. That's used 40% of its ammo. So let's get these to use 40% of their ammo. That's used 41%. That's used 41%. So it'd only be fair to give him another shot. And that's used about 40%. So the end results after using the same amount of ammunition is 400 kills, 470 kills, 600, and 600. So this thing could probably come up in damage. Yeah. We could probably make the explosion radius just even larger, honestly. And then keep the 6-pound howitzer where it's at, because it's fine. And I don't think this is even overpowered, because compared to the other guns, you can get them to be a lot more overpowered than this. This thing just takes a really long time to reload. That's the big thing that's hurting it. But I like that the guns are different. They should be different. So let's try it with the greater explosion radius. Rebuild items and test. And then this one, 2.75 and 3. There. So now they increment correctly. Compared to the Liechtenstein, they're garbage. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make them better. So let's bring those cannons lined up again. Sorry. Okay. Not that impressive from the gun on the right. There we go. So everybody's fired the same amount of shots so far, 147, 189, 221. So that's a nice little increment up. It's not too extreme. You do get way more range with this gun. You can start firing from out there, so that is helpful compared to these guns, which the range is what? 350 on a 6-pounder, 480 on this. Okay. Damn, look at that. Holy shit. That's kind of cool that the 16-pounder just fucking... Is that overpowered, though? Probably overpowered. I think I may have gone too far. This thing can just... If it lands, look at the hole it can make. If it lands the right shot, it can just wipe something out. I'll let everybody else get one more shot off. Okay. Thing is, everyone's used up so much ammunition. And I've also given them a lot of accuracy. More accuracy than they normally would have. So I still suspect that the artillery is not going to be that overpowered. But I do want the howitzers to feel stronger, because right now they do feel kind of weak. And look, the bronze 16-pounders are crazy. The bronze 16-pounders are really good, and so is the Shuvalov. Now let's make sure the Shuvalov is not so incredibly good by comparison. I mean, the Shuvalov should be extremely good, but I'm going to make its reload supply higher to make it just consume so much ammunition. But when it fires, it can just obliterate something. Because then you really have to play into limber chest and ammo and get that. You really have to work for it, for the thing to be better. Let's pretend I have 45 accuracy on these. And then what we'll do is, after we're done with this test, we'll probably just play for an hour and just feel everything out. We can just play into an artillery build and just make sure everything feels good. Because this is all theory right now. And then we'll probably do a game build on Monday for the playtesters and tell them specifically to play with artillery. And just make sure that it feels good to use. It's really hard to balance. £12 cannons have been fairly easy to snag. They're fairly cheap to buy. Yeah, I think we could probably make the higher tier cannons a little bit more pricey too. It'd be a good addition to make officers check the average stats of units plus what type of unit it is and be biased to roll the traits effect. Nah, yeah, I'm not doing that. That's just so much work. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at the range you get on this thing. That's nuts. I'm going to have two examples. Firing at a guy at max range and firing at a guy way closer with the Shuvalov. That's crazy. I'm going to have him come a little bit closer. So if I were to fire at max range with this thing, get 200 kills, almost rout him instantly. 200 kills is not bad, though. And I buffed his accuracy a ton, assuming the player like gave him items. That's not bad. Because I already used up... I already used up... You'd only get, what, 10 shots with this thing? Or 5 shots, even? I'm going to fire one more time. I kind of like that it can nuke a unit, but it runs out of ammo. That's a cool use case for it. Yeah, it just shattered it, but look, it's already at 66% of ammo used. I think that'd be a really great way to make this unique. This thing is probably... I think it might break this unit on impact. Let's see. I don't want it to do that. Oh my gosh, 700 kills up. They've got 232 kills on that shot. Now, here's the thing. The enemy doesn't have any items, any officers, any veterancy. Oh, they do have one officer, but the officer's only giving, what? 2% morale. So, yeah. I could try it against a higher morale unit, though, yeah. Do we have a Grenadier? I could just bring a Grenadier over as 55 morale. Let's move him up. Throw him out. Tell them to hold. And let's say I started the battle and I want to take a pot shot at this Grenadier. So it got rid of like a third of the morale there. Lost 100 guys. Losing 100 guys in one volley is like not bad. This is the best gun in the game, by the way. And it's almost out of ammo already. I do really like that. I like that it's basically like calling in like a 500 kilogram like artillery bombardment where you just get this one powerful strike, but this thing burns through ammo real quick. It also sucks at using canister. You basically can't use canister, so you have to just keep sniping at a distance. Plus, they're going to get tired from reloading for so damn long. Yeah, a supply wagon would make them very powerful for sure. It would just start eating through all the supplies from the supply wagon. The Grenadiers have been able to hold, though. Yeah, like they're doing okay, but they only lost 300 guys. And this has been kitted out with higher accuracy. So, and look, they're out of ammo now. I'm fine with this. It's funny you say the player cannons should be replaced by cavalry, and then someone else said the meta is to replace your cavalry with artillery. So everyone's got their own idea of what the meta is. The thing is, I'm still undergoing, or the game's still undergoing lots of balance changes, so you can't really come up with a meta right now because I'm still making a lot of adjustments at the moment. But we're going to go in and play for an hour. I'm going to set a timer, and we're just going to play into an artillery build and make sure it doesn't feel underpowered or overpowered. Before I do that, I do want to probably adjust the prices, because I noticed people are just getting 12-pound guns, and they're just skipping all the other ones, and I think we could probably bump... You know what we could probably do? Is bump this up by 25. Here, hold on. This plus 0. This plus 25. This plus 50. This plus 25. This plus 50. This plus 75. It only costs 300 to get a 12-pound gun. Doesn't that seem off? That should be like, a 12-pound gun should be like a $500 investment. I don't think we could do this automated system. I think we got to feel it out. 3-pounders should be super cheap because you already get them at the start. I would even say like maybe 75 could be good for that. A 6-pound gun, which is this, should be like a 300 investment. And then to get your 12-pounder, that should be like a $600 investment. And then the 6-pound howitzer is basically like 350. It's marginally better than that howitzer there. This one should be like 500. And then that should be 7. I like 700 for the 16-pounder. And then these unicorns are just hybrids. There. And now the bronze cannons are already automatically adjusted. This is too expensive though, I think. I think the highest tier doesn't need to be multiplied by that much anymore. There. That's better for them. So it's a flat 2,000 for the Shuvalov. Which I think is fair, because that thing will nuke a regiment on impact. This seems way better. Is that 5-pounder supposed to be 6? Yeah, it's an old ID name. The ID name is incorrect, but the display name is correct. Eppin brought up a good thing in the playtester chat about the Fry Infantry Fusilier. What did he say? Should I read it now? What's the point of using Fry Infantry and Fry Jaegers at all as Prussia? I feel like their stats are quite weak compared to the other branch. They're barely better at shooting than... Yeah, that's the thing. The accuracy is modified. It's multiplied in open order. So you're reading the number wrong because they have access to open order. So look. They're getting open order firepower. They're getting a 30% multiplier. So that's why. And they take 60% less damage. So 1.3 times 43 is 55. Okay, so we're just gonna go play through the game now. Sorry, I'm just responding to some things. How come I'm not in play mode? There we go. Open order is like skirmishing order for light infantry. So you get a little bonus when you're in the skirmish formation. I assume that stuff will be a tooltip to inform the player open order is good for them. Yeah, if you use any light infantry unit, you can hover over open order and it'll tell you what it does. I actually think I have to fill that information out today before release, because I think it currently doesn't. By the way, we have new images to preview the different armies. So I've updated many of these, and I've color corrected a lot of them as well. So yeah, they're pretty cool. And who do we want to play for an hour to test artillery out? I don't want anybody who's very good at artillery or anything very bad. Should we just try the Cantonists because they're vanilla and just see how they do with artillery? I think that's probably best. I know that sounds boring, but that's probably best for balancing. I guess otherwise, the only other option would be to go Britain. But France has especially good artillery. Austria has good artillery, and Russia does too. So I don't want to really play an artillery faction and go, is artillery too powerful? Because I'm getting a 20% buff. So yeah, high men count, low stats is such an edge case. You don't want to do that. You basically want to test with like the most vanilla plain artillery in the game. I could probably try Britain because they don't have an artillery debuff like the Prussians do, but they don't have an artillery buff either. Let's start as the Hanoverians because they get a second division slot open up. So let's go Hanover. They do have a stamina problem, so the artillery is going to run out of breath. I'll just go British Expedition then. I'm just trying to limit factors. I'm not trying to pick what's the most fun. Like, the most fun thing would be to probably try out Hanover. But if they have way less stamina and the artillery is running out of breath and it's less accurate as a result, that's going to throw off our test completely. All right, let's give our Spontoon to the provincials. Oh, I can't. Damn. We'll give it to the regular infantry with a marksman and some tea. Actually, you know what? I'll give the tea to the cavalry with the carbine. That's cool. And then we're going to jump into... We're going to fight the French. Fuck it. Actually, the French... Austria is more average. France has low morale, and I don't want to fire the artillery and go, oh, I broke them on impact. We've got to nerf it. So let's play someone against... play against someone who's average. Artillery running out of breath isn't something I've run into. Terrence, what I'm saying is Hanover has a special debuff called minus 30% stamina. And so you probably have not encountered artillery running out of breath, but if you play as Hanover, you would. And because we're testing artillery, I don't want to play as an edge case. I want to play as what the normal experience would be. Cool. Hanover has a smoker lung, yeah. You don't want tobacco on the Hanoverians. Okay. Is this my... Yeah, I think this is my larger map. Look, this is a preview of the map extension. You see how much further... Normally it would end right there. But this just gives you so much more breathing space. I much prefer it. So we're going to fight this regular battle. I'm going to try to earn enough money. And then buy artillery as soon as possible. And I'm glad I've got the super fast speed, so I can fly through some of these early battles here. By the way, would you guys mind if I just made the fast speed in the actual next update a little bit more effective? Because it's kind of nice being able to just do that. Oh, I have the AI turned off. Whoopsie. I'll just pretend they are on by ordering them myself. This way you can use the fast speed in more short bursts rather than playing on fast speed the whole time. Because sometimes I'll just play on this, but I'd rather like jump forward and then stop and then play once the action starts. Because this speed seems fine, like right there. So I don't want to make the base speed faster, but being able to fast forward like that through some early game battles is nice. There we go. By the way, you don't have to hunt down prisoners anymore because you just get the money now. It's not based on how many kills you get, so you don't have to kill every enemy. In fact, you actually get less money for prisoners if you... Yeah, this is way too much money. It should not be that high. Don't worry about it. I still have to balance it. But yeah, you actually get more money for your prisoners by sparing them. Yeah, Kaiser, the number was changed. Just ignore it. I don't want to have to explain. It's not meant to be that number. It's a placeholder number that was put in because the entire prisoner plunder system was completely overhauled from scratch. So I have not done any balancing. So the number's just massively, completely out of whack. I haven't touched it at all. But basically, what happened is it used to be based on kills. Now it's not. So now everything's counting as a kill. And if everything counts as a kill, then I get a shit ton of money. So I have to make the average, lower. That's all. Okay. I don't need these bayonets. I don't really need the boots. Charge is good. And then I'll keep this for my artillery, and I'll equip some saddles and move on. I'll go to Sewell. I can sell stuff for hire, which is cool. Sell these. Try to find an artillery regiment. Everything is 0. Oh, that's a bug. God damn it. Ooh. Oh, you can preview a unit's skill tree now, guys. Look. Tom just added that in. That's a really cool quality of life feature, isn't it? Yeah, I have to edit something that I messed up and then save and come back. These need to be set to -1,000. I was testing spawning the renowned units at shops, but it just doesn't work right now. There, that part's fixed. And then the plunder needs to come down to be probably 1/3 of what it is. So 1/3 of 0.05 is 0.016. So we'll go 1.5 like that. And then we will rebuild our core data and restart. And then rebuild our item data. And then unit data too. Alright, so we're going to go in as who? Britain again, and do the same test. Oh, look. This is what I meant to show you guys. Look at the new quality of life feature for unit unlocks. You can preview them and see what you have unlocked. I think this is pretty cool. So you can choose what achievement you want to go for. Like if we want to get the Dragoon Guards, we've got to get 8 carbines on our cav. If we want to get the Legion Britannique, we need to win the campaign as Britain. That's easy. Die for a discount. We have to just win as the subsidy and so on. Okay. As the British cav, I like the T and muskets, and for these guys, I like the spontoon, and yeah, I like that setup. And we'll fight against Austria and France. That's fine. Okay. So this battle should actually have working AI now. And yeah, now I'm going to set my timer officially, and let's just play for an hour and really see if we can get the artillery to not feel too powerful or too weak. Okay. I'm going to hold the hill, why not? Just hold this hill here. I'll let them come to me. This is another example of the map extension. All this will be new. It just isn't done yet. Whoa. If I just charge, will they shoot automatically? Let's see. No, they don't. That's annoying. Oh, they do? What the enemy? Fucking hell. The enemy just shot me on the way in. Oh, man. I got screwed by that. Oh. Oh my gosh, dude. They're like menaces. Okay. That's weird. We got to fix that. What do we have to fix? I like that they actually got to use their carbines. Why is that a problem? I'm trying to rally these damn provincials. There we go. Get back here, guys. I mean, they gotta shoot before a charge. Yeah, I like that they shoot before the charge. I think that's cool. Why are they freezing? Okay, I have to write that as a bug. Okay. I like that they actually use the carbines in the demo. Yeah, in the demo they were not set to use carbines. We just hadn't finished it yet. There we go. That plunder's way better, isn't it? 120. That's way better. The prisoner rewards down here are too high, though, as you can see. But we're just going to play with it for now. Okay, sell off. Oh, we got the gunner implements again. I'm gonna keep those. How much is the artillery? Gosh, we can't buy the artillery yet. We're gonna go to the next town to try to find it. I'm using 2 food at a time. If I force march, I use 4 food, so yeah, that part works as well. For artillery balance, are you looking mostly for gameplay balance or field balance? Probably a bit of both. If I hire an officer, I can get a free heavy infantry regiment, so we want to do that. $900 to get the subsidy artillery. It's probably worth it. And as Britain, we get to just sit here for a day and make money. Here, I'll drill while we wait. So we gain 10 cash a day. There, now we have the money. Wait for the subsidies to kick in. Now we get the artillery piece. And then we're going to give him some gunner's implements. And it's good if we start stacking items, because we want to see if the player can break the artillery and make it just too powerful if they get the right items. And now we want to look for a patrol. That is good. Another supply cache for an easy battle. Why am I starving? Or dying? Am I dying? No, I'm not. So why does it say I'm dying? I don't know. Oh, I love this. Ooh. Look at this. We get an officer. Who is move speed and morale damage dealt. I like the other guy. So I'm going to sell my new one at that outpost that we were at. So watch, we go to the outpost and then give them the officer. And now look, we got a heavy unit. And then that's 375. And then there's a patrol. Let's go fight them. They have royal recruits, so we should be able to beat them. And we'll probably swap out our injured Highlanders for Grenadiers. Or the Cav, probably. That looks good to me. We don't need the Cav at the moment. So let's see how this artillery feels. This is a basic 3-pounder with like a gunner implement on top of it. And because it's a subsidy artillery, it has a slight reload speed buff compared to vanilla artillery. Plus, with my reload item, it should be firing fairly quickly. That being said, I took the 3-pounders. Oh, it's a 6-pounder they get. Oh, it's a field artillery. It's not a battalion gun. It's a proper field gun. That's pretty cool. I did not know I saved up for the field gun. Let's move up to there, and the artillery will sit in the back. There. There we go. Let's form up. And let's see how 6-pounders perform with good gunner's implements. Firing at max range. I don't want to fire at Royal Recruits because they are so bad. I want to fire at a regular unit. I'm firing at a weird angle too. I only got 14 kills. Not very good. But I am at a good distance away from them. Let's switch over to the Fusiliers. They're more... The distance looks more normal there. Highlanders versus the Irish. And then we're firing still at a pretty far range. Do we miss all of our shots? We missed every single shot. So it's pretty weak right now. Let's let them come up. That cavalry is the only... Ah, damn, I fired. Cavalry is the only thing I'm really worried about because I've got artillery. If I throw grenades and time it, will that work? Do I have to right click? Yeah, okay. Will I time it? Okay, I killed some. They killed many. Killed 18 of them. Okay, let's try to reform. I'm gonna fire at a slightly closer target now. The artillery's just not doing shit. I paid 900 for it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Grenade should do a little more morale damage. Yeah, the thing is I use that grenade improperly. I actually buffed grenades. I'll show it to you. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Get off my ass. Yeah, what the hell? And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to line up the grenade. Here we go. So this is the new grenades, which should be better. Yeah, they just instantly retreated from that. Damn. That's what we're discussing on Steam. AI overperform artillery. I already fixed that, dude. That's a bug. It's I've made like 15 posts about it in the Discord. Not that I assume you've seen it. I'm sure you have not seen it. But on Discord, I've been telling everybody there was a bug where the AI artillery had a 100% hit rate. So they were hitting every single goddamn shot. Yeah. But look, my artillery kind of blows. 155 kills. I think I'll buff all the artillery accuracy by like 5%. Then again, though, like 55 accuracy should be pretty good. Kaiser, do you know like what the highest accuracy you've gotten your artillery up to? Do you have any idea at all? Did you ever get it to like 120 or up to 150, or you could only get it to 100? Do you have any ideas about that? Yeah, Santiago, I'd like to know that as well. Anyways, I'll just continue while you guys get that. I got it up to 58 with Fry Battalion, which is not that high. So if I do the math, I can get it near 100. Okay. There we go. So 77 plunder isn't that much. I feel like that could be higher. So I'm gonna go take the plunder gain and bring this back up maybe to that. We just gotta feel it out. I got up to 146 once with the observation artillery. I had mine up to 105. Okay, so I think what we have now is fine. What we have now is fine. I'll take the experience gain. The prisoner rewards are too high at the moment, but that's okay. We've got to get this guy's accuracy up. I just felt like that the damage I was doing there was like nothing. So I'm not sure. Why am I... What's going on with that? This thinks I'm in like a mountain or something. Is it the farm plot here? It's this spot here it doesn't like. I don't know why. But yeah, let's keep moving. I'll sell off my crap. I don't need that right now. Sell that off. I need the manpower. And I gotta get that new brigade. What could I sell to get the brigade? I could sell off the grenades. Okay. And then I can put my cavalry back, upgrade Granby, boost the morale a little bit higher. And what could I do to get the artillery better? I don't know. Let's fight these guys. I think it thinks when you are slowed down by anything terrain, you're dying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. We can definitely look into that, though. Alright, and then here. Why artillery loses speed when you upgrade it? It's because you're moving from a battalion gun, and a battalion gun would travel with the battalion on the front line to a field gun, and field guns were held in reserve. So field guns are typically larger with larger crews, and they're held behind the front lines, supporting more indirectly. And a battalion gun is actually with the regiment. It travels on the front lines and primarily uses canister shot. So if you're training up an artillery gun to specialize in canister and fast firing, you probably want to keep it as a battalion gun. But if you're using it as like a hard hitter in the back line, which most artillery you'll want to do with, then you'll... Oh, I did not refill the ammo before coming in. Oh well. Either way, this artillery feels super weak, and I'm not quite sure what I want to do about that yet. I'm going to move back to that hill and form up. And I'm going to go take these spots here on the hedges. And the enemy just completely missed their entire first volley. I'm really liking this fast forward button for testing, especially. Yeah, the artillery is so weak now. The accuracy range shouldn't be 1 to 150, or yeah, it should be 1 to 125, I think. Damn, what kind of weapons they got? Charleville or Neustadt can fire that far, damn. The Royal Recruits are so bad, they just instantly break. It's funny as hell. Honestly, the AI is still using too much Royal Recruits. They just shouldn't even really bring them. I think the AI shouldn't even use them, really. They're just completely pointless. So I'll swap them out for regular Fusiliers. The French Fusiliers are more fun to fight against, and you can see they're actually on my flank there. Where's my cav? Let's get the cavalry up. Oh man, my flank is getting beat up. Artillery's out of ammo. 89. Yeah, I think we could probably afford to bring the accuracy a little bit up. I'll chase these guys down. Damn, I got shattered. Yeah, the British foot you start with has 90 accuracy, so that's why. You just start with a really overpowered unit. I don't think the British are as tough as they used to be. They feel pretty easy now. They used to be the hardest faction to play. And now they're quite strong. What I'm going to do next... Oh, damn, the Highlanders are getting wrecked over there. What I'm going to do next is I will... Oh, jeez. I will try and save up for a better artillery piece and see if it's overpowered or not. How would the low-tier cannons do with canister? Would it be viable to say bad cannons are canister bots until crews are skilled? I could do that. Did you know I used to give canister to... I used to give canister to all artillery, but it was making it so the AI was just like devastating your lines with canister shot. So I wonder if I should just give the canister shot back, but only to the 3-pound guns, the battalion ones. So this way, if you buy a cheap artillery piece or go up against it, they can at least defend themselves with canister shot. But then the heavier guns don't come with it. Maybe that would be good. That'd be a pretty easy change for me to make if we like that idea. These are obviously way too high now. And what did I usually find? I usually found the food gain was too high as it was anyways. Yeah, that's good. I'll try it out. I'll try it out again. That the battalion guns start with canister. Yeah, let's grab some canister and give it out. We're going to go to the offhand item and give them canister. Canister. The artillerist recruits, I guess, could get it, as well as the reserve artillery for Russia. This is proper field artillery, so doesn't need it. That could get it, and that could get it. Did you tackle item prices? Honestly, we could. Do you want to do it together now, OH? We could just knock it out instead of having to do a whole PDF, because I don't think we have to do an overhaul. And to be quite honest, I'm not interested in doing an overhaul. But if we just want to like tinker with the prices and just move everything down a little bit, then I feel like that we could just knock that out. Let me know if this is how you feel. From my judgment, intuitively, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take the base price of just about every item in the game and bring it down by about, so all item prices go down by about 20. And then all good items go down about -5. And all excellent, sorry, that's -5 and this is -10. But they stack. These stack. So the regulars would go down by -20 in total. This would go down by -30 in total. And this would end up being, I guess, -25? Wait, I did that wrong then. It would be -5 here and -5, sorry, -10 there. This way it increments like -25, -30. The biggest issue is some good and excellent upgrade costs a ton for minor stat increases. Yeah. I would say my bigger issue is that I never buy a basic item. Why would I spend... Well, that item's actually decent. I would never spend 60 to get 4 accuracy. That's not worth it to me. If that was like 50 or even 40, I definitely would take that. If it was 40 for 4 accuracy, Done. I'm definitely good with that. So I kind of think the average, because like going shopping, I will just buy a unit. I never buy, it's always more efficient to buy units than to buy items. So I just think the base price for items can come down. And look, this ends up making the excellent items come down way more. My biggest issue is I don't make enough money to warrant buying a new item. That I agree with as well. But the thing is, I don't want to give the player a lot more money, and then the units become way cheaper. So what I think is that if we make the items cheaper, and maybe the cash gain is a little bit higher, then items seem like you just pick them up like candy, and they're fun to collect. But then a unit, you know, you want to save up for. But at the moment, it just feels like buying and saving up for a unit. You know, 325, that's it. And I have 1,400 guys fighting for only 325. Or I buy a sword for a cavalry unit for 250. Now, the stats on that are actually really decent. That's probably a bad example. I'll show you a better example. A limber chest, which is highly situational, for 110. Or better yet, a grenade. For 320, which are extremely situational. Or do I buy a unit for 325 and I'm probably going to get like 400 kills or something? If all prices drop, +1 loot from battles would probably be warranted. I think I agree with that, OH. I think I do agree with that. Because otherwise it's going to ruin the economy because you sell items. Or the resale cost goes to 80%. Nah, I like that the resale cost is low because there are stratagems to buff it. So if we moved it up to 80%, I'd have to make those stratagems extremely minor. Otherwise, you could sell something and repurchase it for cheap, and then just keep reselling and have infinite money. So it's good that it's low, because otherwise those doctrines are useless. So yeah, how do you guys feel about maybe a -20 blanket decrease on items, and then just a little bit less for the good and excellent there? I think that's what I want to go with. And this isn't too drastic because I do this a lot. Actually, I move the item cost down over and over again, and it's been feeling better the more I do it. So I've done it before that I'm not worried that it would throw things off too massively. But essentially what we'd want to do is take everything equals and then -20 the price. And make sure we don't break anything with that change. Oh. Whoopsie. Hold on. How will this affect Act 3? I don't know. It'll make the items maybe a little less expensive. You know what's cool, by the way, is we made it so if there's the modifier about being looted, it doesn't affect sale cost anymore. So you can sell items for a normal price now in Act 3. So you can get those excellent items if you wanted to. Just deck everybody out. Canister being 40, that's probably good because now we're giving it out for free to battalion artillery, so I think that's perfectly fine that it's cheap if it's a free item. Buckshot 180 is way more reasonable. A basic buckshot, like I probably won't buy that. Let me also make this only be +45, and then this will be +90. Yeah. What was it before? 50 and 100? Yeah, 45 and 90. So sorry, let me just think. I do wonder, like, when I look at this, the excellent buckshot is 290, regular buckshot's 200. If I'm getting way more accuracy, like I'm getting an extra 10%, I'll just pay the extra. I'm not going to buy the basic one. So I do wonder if forming a new brigade's a bigger issue. The only thing, Teddy, is I don't think you guys have played enough of the game to judge that properly, because everyone ends... What do you guys end Act 1 with? With about 3 brigades, right? That's what you're supposed to have, because you've got 2 more acts to play through. Everybody wants to get 5 brigades formed up by the end of Act 1, and then the rest of the game is lame. There's no more progression. So buying a new brigade is meant to be expensive. It's meant to be a big investment. And you're not meant to... Yeah, usually you end the game... Yeah, Kaiser, you end the game with 4 to 5 brigades. It's perfectly balanced. For the pacing of all 3 acts, it's fine. So I disagree with that. I think if we gave the player a little more cash, it could help. But I don't think the... Yeah, Jack said he's gotten to 5 brigades. Yeah. Anyways, the issue that I have here is, let me move. Normally it's pay 200 or pay up to 300 for the excellent buckshot. Battle exclusive loot got reduced too. Well, OH, let's talk about the getting loot from battles in a sec. Let me just look at the items here. I've played 5 demo campaigns. I've only had 3 brigades for all of them. That's plenty, John. That's exactly what you're supposed to have. If you had any more, the whole game, it breaks down. If you have 5 brigades at the end of Act 1, then you might as well quit. You're done. What's the point of doing Act 2 and now spending, 3 hours in there, and there's no more progression? You already have all your units. Everything's kitted out. And then you go to Act 3, and then what? You do more of nothing. So you're meant to have 3 brigades. If you get 4, that's really lucky. But the thing is, you guys have not played the full game. You don't understand the whole context of the whole thing. If you want to like max everything out and win at the end of Act 1, it's not like you reset going into Act 2. You keep everything. So you should not be the most powerful you can be, which some players are. Some players are maxing out a full 5 brigades at the end of Act 1. But anyways, let me see. Let me look at a good example here. God, the field musicians are very good for their price. But I wanted to make them cheap and common so players would get them. Haversacks, I would not pay for 2 and 4. I would not pay 70. I think all the base prices need to come down by 20. That's what needs to happen first of all. So this is a good change. Yeah. How do I do this without screwing up all the math? I think I got to do this first. Hold on. Okay. All of these commons are coming down by 20. I may make grenades a bit cheaper as well, because they're very situational. You know what? I'm sorry. Instead of doing a blanket minus 20, let's go case by case. There's some items that we could actually retain the price on. Let's go case by case. It's not going to take too long. Canister, we can go 50. I'm fine with that. Let's make all the canister come down maybe by 10 to make it more viable. Grape shot's also a little bit underutilized, so we'll make it 150. Buckshot could come down by 20. Buck and ball come down. And quartered musket balls are underutilized. We can go down there. Grenades can come down by like 30. I think they're massively overpriced. Gunner's implements are fine. 6 reload skill for 60. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Iron ramrods. Honestly, the ramrods are in really good shape. 8 reload and 2 accuracy. I would pay for that. These ramrods are perfectly reasonable to me. Entrenching is okay. You just lose so much stamina though. I'd make this like 70, so I come down by 10. Shepherd's Axe, that's fine. Gilded Spontoon. This thing is pretty nice. Experience gain plus morale. I'd make it like 80. Just come up just a tiny bit. And the horseshoe is very basic, 45. This is a very reasonable price. Elevation screw gets you a 10% range, which isn't that useful, so I'll make it 50. Tompion, I'd make this 50. A gun pick. This is not, reload skill plus stamina is nice for 45. That's nice. Are you working on a fix for units going off the map? That's already fixed for the next update. Cover bonus 15% and range. I like that. 90 is perfectly reasonable for that. Commissar, experience gain and ammo consumption, good. Experience gain, a little bit less morale, but I like XP gain is quite meta for me, honestly, so. I like that. Marksman gets a lot of accuracy, but very low reload skill. I wouldn't mind making him 140. A surgeon's overpowered as hell. These guys are very good. I'll make him 160. They're very good. A chaplain is very decent. I'll make him 125. 6 morale and 2 move speeds. Very good. This could be 85. a foreign musician, move speed end. That seems fairly priced. I may even go 120 for that. I'd lower it. Bagpipers get morale plus charge bench, 4 and 4. That's perfectly fine. Cartridge boxes kind of suck. I'm going to lower it. A large cartridge box still sucks. Lower it. A limber chest kind of sucks. I'll lower it. Large limber chest also sucks. Lower it. Improved haversacks. It's a 2 and a 4. I'd lower that. I'd lower this as well. Canteen for 6 stamina. It's pretty, we'll just do a flat 60. That's decent. Go flat 70 for that. Saddle gives you stamina, move speed. I might go 90 for it. And a heavy saddle. I might go 100 flat for that. A gator, a move speed, and stamina is okay. What's another thing that just gave us move speed and stamina? Hold on. Didn't something else give us that we liked? This one. No, that's a horseshoe. Gosh, something gave us... I guess this thing, the morale and stamina. A 4 and a 6 is worth 110. A 4 and a 2. 2 stamina. I'd make this 50, dude. This is like so lame there. A 2 and a 6. That's pretty decent, actually. I'm actually finding 6 stamina is nothing to scoff at. I'd go 60, though. Sturdy shoes. Only 4 movement speed. I'd make this like 30. A sturdy boot. Only 4 movement speed, so we're gonna go 60 for that. Blanket rolls. Melee damage reduction is decent. This is actually fairly priced. A great coat is going to be a little less attrition and melee. That's kind of lame. I'd go like 60 for that. Stiffened jacket's actually pretty decent. I like that melee damage reduction. I do take this a lot. Proof breastplates I take a lot of the time too. I don't want to touch them because I get a lot of good use out of them. Pocket Bibles melee damage by 5%. That's like 50. I go 60. I don't want to overcorrect. Morale 4 and charge damage is okay. 50 sounds reasonable for that. What do you think? Would I rather have 5% less? Nah, that's nothing. To be honest, I'd pay 60 for this. Nah, I'd pay 50 for that. And the Pocket Bible, I'd pay... It could be 50-50. What would I rather take? Eight morale and 2 charge damage. Or 15%. Well, that's pretty damn good. But 5% is nothing, you're right. Yeah, we could go for just 40 for that. Are they mutually exclusive? They are, so yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. Medicinal herbs, casualties restored is OP as fuck right now. But you're trading off all the other rations, so I'm not too inclined to change that. Alcohol gets you melee damage and morale. 80 is fine. Would I pay 80 for that? Probably not. I'd pay 60, so I'd lower that. Spirit rations get 6 charge. Lose a bunch of accuracy. No, I'd lower that. Cheese rations get morale. A 4 and a 2 is okay. I'd probably pay 60 for it. Tobacco, lose a ton of stamina. I think that should be cheaper. Tea rations. This is just very good. I'm fine to keep it 100. I liked it. The tea is pretty damn good. I like the tea. I would pay 200 for 8 and 6. It just makes the whole unit better. It's like this is like a perfect synergy. Coffee, reload skill, and move. That's also good synergy there. But it's not as effective. I'd make that like maybe a 90 or an 80. This looks pretty decent. 180 sounds reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, I moved coffee down by 20 OH. I completely agree. Holsteiner horse. 6 morale. 4 move speed's excellent for 90. That's a great price. 4 and 4. charge and move speed. I'd make it like 120. 8 stamina, 6 move speed. I love these horses. They're like my favorite. I'd make that 125. I use these horses a lot. These are the step horses. Hanoverians are so niche, but you do get fast move speed, but they're so niche. I got to go to 75, I think. Or let's go 80, because Dragoons are getting a buff. Yeah, Carbine shooting is actually going to get a nice buff. 8 and 2. That's pretty decent. I would definitely take that. I'm fine to leave that price where it is. 150 for 8 morale and 2 melee damage. Sure. 15% and 2. The treatises are kind of slept on. If you guys shop for the treatises, you can find some good deals here. Reload, see that one's not as useful. This is the same. Reload skill and move speed is the same as coffee. Let's go find the coffee. A 4 and a 2 versus a 6 and a 2 is an 80. I would honestly just make this a 90 then. And then this is like T. But it's a 4-2 as opposed to a 4-2, a 6-4, 6-4, 8-6, 8-6. It's identical. Why don't we make this focus more on reload skill? There's not enough items in the game to like double down on reload, which I think would be more fun. So we're actually going to swap these around. Okay, why the hell is that guy being so annoying? By the way, if any of you guys are like into the 6-7 joke or whatever, and you want to just spam and be obnoxious about it, it's like the least funny. It's like skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet. It's like, can you not do that? Because it's fucking annoying. Yeah, Santiago, there's a joke in like middle school where kids say 6-7 because it's a funny meme now. And it's like the next generation. I don't get it either, but it's like if you hear someone say it, you have to repeat it 10 times because it's hilarious. It's like a forbidden thing. And it's just fucking annoying. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is actually swap these around. You know what, though? I don't want to swap it around. No, I don't. Because it's the same as the Frederick Treaty. You have me howling right now. Yeah, I just... it happened in my other live streams, too. I said that once because the unit stat was 67, and immediately everybody erupted. It was like an eruption in the chat. It's the funniest thing anybody's ever heard. Dude, did you take the bite of 87? My students tried it on me. However, they want to say good boy, but they did not understand the context. I'm going to undo this change here, and 6-2 on Frederick is reload. What does the coffee do again? Coffee is a 4-2. Right. So let's go... Gosh, what do I want to do here? Why can't we just do 6, 8, 10 and no reload skill? This doesn't need anything. This can just be a nice accuracy buff, in my opinion. Hey, Hetman, how are you? Yeah, I think this tree could just give you accuracy. Oh, shit, look, 6, 8, 10, 6, 8, 10. There's no point in taking it. Then why don't we whip out... Jeez, I don't know what to do here. Why don't we make the accuracy secondary? Make it a 4, 6, 8. And then make this something different. Why don't we make this a new thing that we have not done yet, which is the fire damage received. I have no items. I have no items that currently do that. So let's have a new item. Jeez, let me ask Tom real quick. 1 second. There's a spelling mistake, which we can't fix, so I just have to ask. I think fire damage received and accuracy in white items is a little strong. I don't mind a strong item, though. Because the items have been... I'd never go shopping for items. I just get items from loot, and I will buy like 2 or 3 items, and that's it. I feel like fire damage received and move speed would be a nice combo. That could be true. But I don't know. It is a treat. It's a military treatise about a guy who focused on firepower. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't mind if it's a powerful item, because there just are... I don't mind having more powerful items in the game. I think there is a spelling error, so we're just going to do that. Let's go 15, 10, 5. There. That's like a nice 80 or 100. Sorry, I'm just thinking. 6 reload skill, and 2 move speed, or fire damage received, and 4. It's a little more expensive. I like that. That sounds good. Fire damage, morale damage received. That's pretty good. Plus morale. That compounds. That's a great combination. I wouldn't mind just making that 120 though. And Hawk, you lose a bunch of accuracy, but you get charge damage. Yeah, that price is fine then for that. You get charge damage and move speed. That seems appropriate. Would I buy this? Probably not. So I'll make this 120. Santa Cruz, open order. This is like a must-have on your... this is a very good thing to put on skirmishers. I think the price is completely fair. Cover bonus and range is pretty nice. You can put that on artillery. I like that. I think that's fine. Cohorn you get just for artillery, accuracy, and cover. Putting accuracy on your artillery is not bad. I might go 110 because it's a little more niche. And Holiday you get reload, which is fine. It's a lot of reload, but I'd probably make it 140 instead. The pelts and everything can stay the same. These are fine. Wooden stake, these are all fine because they're actually quite powerful. 200 for earthworks might be a lot. Maybe I'll go 180. Charge resistance 0.05. 0.05. Yeah, this seems fine. It would be nice if you could sell extra items after the HQ battle before you go to the next act. Yeah, that's a decent idea, Hetman. We're not doing mechanical changes though. I'm not the programmer, so I can't do like a mechanical change. I'm just repricing items at the moment. But that's a cool idea though. I don't really think I have much of a problem though when I enter the next region just going on forced march and just going straight up to a town to sell. One thing that we did change that you'll probably like is in Act 3 we no longer debuff the sale cost. So selling items on looted villages no longer gets you a giant penalty like it used to. So you can actually sell off your loot properly at a town, even if it's looted, and that's fine. These appear fine to me. I think I'm happy with these prices, and I actually don't think I need to make the qualities come down. Oh, Gideon, are you the guy who was on Linux that I told we were not supporting Linux? Was that you? Or was that somebody else? But yeah, I don't think we have to actually move down the good and excellent prices now because we moved all the base prices down. So just brought everything further down, and now it should be much more reasonable. And then what I might do is... No, must be my evil twin. Okay. I just thought the profile picture and the name sounded familiar. And so now we want to give more loot rewards, right? We want to give more, because I made all the items cheaper, so we probably want to give a couple more items per battle. Unless we think that would kind of break the balance of things a bit. I'm not sure. You know, the only thing is, Crash, I think I did fix cannons, yeah. I've done a lot of work on cannons today. The only thing is, I don't want the player to get most of their items through battles because I want you to go to a shop and be excited to buy something, which is why I made them cheaper. So I'd rather give the player more money and cheaper items at shops so then you can go shopping and have fun and buy stuff that you like rather than getting showered in so many items that you never buy anything. I just really don't like that. Hetman, I did buff howitzers pretty considerably. I tried to make them feel overpowered, but they consume a lot of ammo now. So you can fire off these huge shots, but then consume a ton of ammo. It's going to take more updates, though, to refine it. Like, it's not going to be perfect in my first draft here of changing the artillery power. Most of the good items come from encounters, not battles. Yeah, I'm going to be balancing encounters tomorrow. I'm going to go through encounters and clean them up tomorrow. So they're going to be a lot less overpowered. What about more non-usable items after battle for more money? That's true. Like OH, I could be convinced to give one extra loot item. But then making the crap loot slightly more common. So you might get a captured uniform a little bit more often now and then, but you can get one or two, maybe even two more loot per battle. Do you guys think that'd be a good idea? So look, we can take the weight of a generic loot dropping and increase this. We could even go like 850, 850, 850. And for a major battle, 300, 300, 300. And then go to core data and then increase the amount of loot you get. Let me think. Yeah. So you get 4 or 5 loot. We said we want to increase it by 2. We could try that. Because we made the items cheaper on top of this. So we could go 5 to 6 items for a patrol. The early HQ encounter is the biggest issue? What does that mean? The first HQ battle, you mean? Is it too weak or too strong for you? Because I've heard a lot of people are on crutches using casual because they can't beat it. But then I watch a stream like yours and you're having the easiest time ever. So I'm actually not sure where you're going to lean on it. Yeah, let's go test out the loot after we change this. I have a debug tool that lets me generate loot and we can see how it's feeling. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So let's come out and let's go ahead and rebuild core data and items. And now we're going to generate some fake loot, and we should be getting more items. Uh-oh. Oh, perfect. Fire damage received doesn't work. That's good, because I can come up with the correct name for it, because I wasn't sure what it was spelled like. So it is actually spelled correctly. So let's try that again. There's a bug that causes the encounter to occur 5 days earlier, or 50 days earlier. Yeah, that's been fixed. That's been fixed. So that's items, and then I want to build core data. And let's jump in and generate some loot. And then someone has to remind me, if that's okay, to add this to the change notes. Virgil, if you've got a colon of feedback, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a giant wall. I get a report about everything that's wrong about the game with 10 paragraphs like every 5 minutes. So I just do not want to hear it. It's like that's the easiest way to stress me out right now is coming to the chat and then writing a report about everything wrong. Like just not now. You can go to the Discord and write it in the feedback chat, but I just don't want to. If you put the colon, dude, if you put a colon, I know you've got like 8 paragraphs. I just don't want to hear 8 paragraphs right now. You could give me your biggest complaint if you want to, and I probably won't be able to fix it. You did it. Okay, good. Yeah, just leave it in the Discord, and eventually it'll be reviewed at some point or put in some kind of document where we can go through it. But yeah, I'm just so tired, man. Santiago, he's allowed to get feedback, obviously. I'm just saying right now, I'm just trying to, I'm working hard right now. I'm going as fast as I can. But yeah, no, definitely the right answer is to put it in the Discord, because I do check the Discord all the time. All right, let's generate some loot here. Loot encounter. Yeah, we want to do loot type 0, 0, 0, 0. Would this do anything? Gosh, how do I use this? I forget how I use this tool. Let me just check. There's gonna be a note written for me. On how to generate loot. I just forget. Oh, I found it. Perfect. So it's loot. We could do minor battle. So like is minor correct? Because... Okay, yeah. No. Skirmish is a patrol army. So let's say we fought a patrol, which is skirmish. And we're on difficulty 0, which is region 1. All nations doesn't matter. And the quantity of loot, we want to generate, let's say 6, because that's the upper end of what we could get. Did that work? It did not. Maybe skirmish isn't in the thing, so let's try minor battle. There we go. So this would be, look, now you get more of the crappy loot, but you get more loot total. That is an example of like not a patrol, but a field army, I think. I think this is a Act 1 field army. Is that right? Yeah. Let's try one more. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. An Act 1 field army, you get 7 to 8 loot now because we increased it by 2. So we actually get even more than that. What we just saw was more like a patrol with the new amounts that I'm putting in. So 8 would be a stalker army. That is what you get from a stalking army. You get a flag, a uniform, a gun, a cartridge box, a gorget, a little elevation screw, and some beer. That's nice. Let's roll another one. You get a cuirassier, breastplate. I've heard someone say these are too common, but I don't know. We'll keep an eye out for it. Here's another. Got a captured flag. Yeah, I think the higher amount of loot is going to be good, especially because the prices came down on a lot of stuff. Spontoon. I'm getting a lot of swords. By the way, did Stalkers get a speed buff in the campaign map? I can barely escape them. They did get a little speed buff, yeah. They did get a little one. Let me know if it's too much. Let me show you my speed buffs. Yeah, the nice thing about having more loot, by the way, is you can sell all the crap and then buy something you care about, right? So I can take this loot I got and say, you know what? I got a bunch of stuff, but I don't even like it. Let me get rid of a bunch of it. And I've been really wanting to play into a engineering build. So now I've got the money to buy the regimental staff engineer. So I think that would be good. But let's take a look at the army speeds. Yeah, OH, are you on force march to get away, or are you just regular marching? They can catch me even if I force march. Wow, okay, yeah, that's not good. The stalker speed is 3.5, which is a field army. Your speed... Stalker move. Player move. The player move speed is a 4. Stalker move speed is a 3.5. I could do 3.25, just so they're a little bit slower. I feel like the elite, which is the encamped army, could probably go up to 3. Because they never chase you anyways. It's only if you retreat from one of those battles. So maybe they could be a 3. And then the patrol could be... it could stay 4. I'm fine with 4. And then this got changed. HQ move speed. Okay, check this out. Check this out. What we have now for the headquarters, so you can't escape, is that we're going to start it slow. Watch, we're going to start it at 2 speed for a headquarters, which is really slow, right? But the new system we just put in is it's going to grow in speed per day and get faster and faster until it's guaranteed to catch you. So right now it's 5.5. People are still outrunning it. So what we can do is actually move it up to 6 speed, maybe even 6.5. But it starts at 2. So it's going to pick up speed and slowly gain speed per day. Now at this rate, it would take 10 days to gain 1 speed. I think that's too slow. So I think maybe 0.25 per day. So in 4 days, it's now up to 3 speed. Another 4 days, it's up to 4 speed. That's maybe a little too fast. So we go to 0.2. I'd like it if the patrol was 3.75, because in Act 3 they become a pain in the ass. I agree that I was getting hunted down by a patrol. Like, I ran into one and it was speeding after me, so I wouldn't mind if it was a 3.75. Yeah. That's something that I was thinking earlier today when I was testing it out. But I like the HQ can now fly at you. I think that's cool. Let's go test that out and see how it looks. Before we do that, let's generate some more loot. Do you think this... I might have to break some bones here in the foundations of the game, which would really be shitty to have to do, but... Do you think that... Well, I guess I wouldn't necessarily. Okay, I would have to. What I was going to say is, do you think the plunder amount should go up so you have more money? But as to not make the game easier, we take the unit cost and make that proportionally go up. So all that's really cheaper now is not the units. The units are still pricey because they're proportionally going up. I don't know why my thing is broken there. Look at my... All right, well, anyways, these guys don't cost any cheaper, but everything else in the game would be cheaper. So items are cheaper, and mana is cheaper, and you know what I mean? Like, all the other stuff you need to get is more cost efficient, and opening a new brigade would be cheaper. But then if you want to buy a unit, it's still a little more costly. I think the only issue with that is it's a major balance change right before the game comes out. So I'm a little afraid to do something that big. But again, I also don't want to watch people play and they just skip all the items and all they're doing is... The only thing about this is if we make the unit price even more, people are going to be skipping all of this stuff because they're going to be like, I need to save all the money I can get to get a unit. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. I'm kind of tempted not to just increase all the units by 50 to 100 and make the plunder better. That could be nice if it's only $50 more expensive, and then we just give the player about $50 more. That's a nice little change. That's not... I just don't want to do anything big. So why don't we go like up 50 for units and up 50 for the player? So the units aren't technically any more expensive. It just gives you way more cash to spend on items. I would not change the rating income, especially with the loot changes you just did to address the issue. Yeah, the loot, the rating income is fine. I'm not going to change that. How do you guys feel about that? Are there any playtesters? Because it won't even affect gameplay. It'll just making buying the items. Yeah. And it will throw some of the math off. But are you guys cool if I just bump all the units up by just 50 and then just give the player usually about 50 more on average? The other thing I'll just say too is killing prisoners no longer equals gold. In fact, killing prisoners gets you less money now because you're killing the prisoners that would normally be exchanged. And so all that killing people does in battle now is give you experience. So now you choose, do you want the more experience at the end of the battle, or do you want more prisoner rewards? So you get to pick between strategically what you would prefer. And now you don't have to grind down prisoners. It makes the high skill players less powerful because they know how to grind prisoners really well. And it makes the low skill players earn more money. So everybody's brought more toward the center, which is much, much better. So I think that change is going to be great. But yeah, let's grab these guys and make all the units just 50 more. And then this way items feel powerful. Yeah. Okay. And if we don't like the change, it's so easy to revert because it's a blanket $50 increase. So if we think we fucked it up, then we just subtract everything by 50 and then that's fine. All right, let's make note of all the changes we've just done. Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm not going to make that a unit change. I'm going to keep it all in one change under campaign changes. Good. I've seen spelling errors and word order problems in the German translation. There's no German translation. What you're using is AI. If you boot up the game, it tells you there is no translation. All of the translations are placeholder. Don't play. I think it even tells you do not play in another language besides English. So it's they're all placeholders. There is a team of 10 German volunteers who are hand translating every single line in the game, but those changes have not been put in yet. Have you increased the plunder amount? I wasn't paying attention. The issue, OH, is I I actually can't just increase it by plus 50 because the entire plunder system got changed. Now you don't gain money based on kills. You gain money based on how many enemies are left alive. It's been completely flipped on its head. So here's what we need to do. Watch this. All we have to do is PDKR gave me all of his screenshots of tons of different battles that he's fought. So we're gonna go in and simulate a few of these battles, check the plunder he's getting, and try to increase that by about 50, where I'm playing normally and not grinding prisoners to recalibrate everything and fix it. I guess my only issue is I don't have an easy way to win a battle. Well, you know what I could do? I could turn off the AI and fast forward massively. Yeah, that's the way to go. So we're going to look at a small battle, which will probably be easier to... This will mean the end game battles are going to give you a shit ton of money, by the way, but that is what it is. Because there's going to be so many enemies that you're not killing off fully. That's fine, though. Here's a battle that we can fight. And I turn the AI off, I think. Yep. So we'll line them up and we'll just shoot at them. Could you make them just route? I could, Austin, but we have to simulate getting kills that a player would. But what's cool is I still have that speed modifier on, so I can make the battles go 10 times faster, which will speed up this whole process way better. This isn't good. Is this a new map? Why is my spawn... I don't like that. That is extremely annoying. That really sucks. Hold on. Okay. This is a problem for me. Yeah, that sucks. I'm gonna have to go through... This is like an hour of work because of this problem here. My mic's cutting out. There's nothing I can do about that. Let's just fight this out. We'll have the cavalry go against each other. Okay, it doesn't matter how many casualties we take. It's just the amount of kills that we need to win the battle, essentially. And then we figure out how much money we get from it. There we go. So that's a basic victory. And let's check PDKR. So that was 5,000. Well, we'll see. We gain 107. Yeah, it'll tell us everything in a sec. Okay. We killed 1,200. That's actually a fair amount killed out of 5,000. What is a normal amount if there were 5,000 enemies? Actually, I'm sorry. Let's test this. If they lost 1,200 guys... Yeah, I think we can calibrate it that way. If he ever has a battle where he killed 1,200... we can tell we just need a battle where 1,200 enemies died. So he's sending me a lot of big battles, which isn't bad, but... Yeah, we got one that's kind of close, but... I'd say 2,400 kills is pretty close. He got 277. from that battle against 7,000 guys. Against 5,000 guys, I got 100. But he got 200 against 7,000. So it probably needs to come up a bit, right? I got 1,200 kills. And the kills are actually subtracting from the money. That's a funny thing. So we're really just looking at deployment of how much an army... Really, the question is, how much plunder should an army of 500 guys be worth? And I'd probably say 200 for 5,000 guys. He got, off of a 7,000 army, 277. So 7,000 men divided by 777 is... 1 taler, I guess, is worth 25 men. I think that's the math. So let me figure something out. Yeah, so one guy's worth about 25 talers in the old system. And in this case, $5,375 divided by 107 is 50. So it is actually looking decent here. Because before one taler is worth 25 guys in a battle. And now 1 taler is worth 50. Oh, I guess that's not... I'm sorry. 1 taler is worth 50 guys. That's actually harder to make money by twice as much. Because you need to fight up, like, 100 guys to get 2 talers. Whereas 100 guys here would give you 4 talers. So we need to basically double the plunder gain. From 0.02 to 0.04. And let's just see how the math comes out now. If you assume you're buying a unit of 1,400 men for $350, it's 4. Yeah, let me build core data. And go in. And let's go test it out again. And this time I'm just going to fight a regular battle with the AI on. And let's enable or equip a couple items. Okay. So this is 3,400 guys. Probably not gonna be worth too much. That being said, there's gonna be yeah, this is not gonna actually work because Stalker armies, I think, get a bonus to their cash. I think. Yeah. So you're actually gonna get an artificial bump from this battle. We can just subtract 50 plus 75, 125 divided by 2 is 62.5. So we're going to just subtract 62.5 because we're going to get an artificial bump for winning this battle because it's technically a field army. Damn, these surf recruits. Damn, what gun is this? They got a Jaeger rifle? The luck on those guys. I'm going to charge. Just doing a light amount of harassment. Just trying to get a good amount of kills, but not too many. God, those surf recruits won't stop coming back. What's up with that? They weren't always like that. I don't know why. They're coming back like 4 times now. It's probably because the map is a little bigger. See, the map would have ended right there, so they have more of an opportunity to come back. Alright, that's fine. So here, with this math, because it's now based on the amount of guys remaining, that if I killed just a normal amount of this army, we subtract, what, 62 from this? Yeah, we have to subtract 198 minus 62. So it's technically 136. Ignore, this number's fake. Because this battle's being counted as a field army because it's the tutorial, but it's technically not one. But we do that just so the player gets a little extra cash at the start. So under a normal circumstance of a normal patrol of a normal army like this, you'd get 136. 300. So you're getting 25 now per guy, which is exactly what it used to be. So now it's recalibrated to be exactly how it used to be at the moment. Yeah. And you're getting way more loot per battle. Yeah, it'd be around $200 for 5,000 soldiers. I think that's okay, right? Or should it be higher? Which, by the way, I do add here. Let me also reveal this. We give an artificial boost depending on the battle type. So if you fight a patrol, you get 0 guaranteed as a addition to your how many guys were left alive. If it's a field army, you get actually an extra 60 in Act 1, or an extra 110 if you're fighting in Act 2, or an extra 160 on average if you're in Act 3 against a field army. And if you're against an elite or a headquarters, you're getting an extra 150 to 175 in Act 1, an extra 200 to 225 in Act 2, and an extra 250 to 275 in Act 3. Ignore the 4th number, that's for Act 4, which has not been made. It's just there in case we ever wanted to add infinite mode. But we are giving the player a lot of extra items. So like this, I feel pretty spoiled with this. Look at the value of the items I'm getting here. 90 plus 45 plus 40 plus 80 plus 100 plus 170 plus 80. So that's worth 605. And I think it's a 60% or 40% reduction on sale cost. Yeah, 40% reduction. So 605 times 1.6, right? Sorry, 0.6. 605 times 0.6 is you get 360 if you sell everything off, plus 198 from that battle. So you get 561 at the start of the game. Plus I can take the ransom and get even more, which is honestly too low. $27 is too low. So I got to bump that back up. And then watch, I go here, sell off all my loot. Got 845. Let's say I sell off a couple of the other things I started with as well. I'm now up to 1,000. Immediately open up the next brigade. I have not built the unit data, so these are still cheap. So let me go check. Cantonists are meant to be 375 now. So let me subtract 50 to account for that. There. Let's say I bought it. That's how much money I would normally have. And then let's say I want to buy another one. I can't afford to buy my second one then. I don't think I should increase even more. This drop change would also force some to rebalance to all events where you get to pay dollars to keep the same impact. Or I don't think I'm gonna. I will do an encounter pass tomorrow, but I don't think I'm gonna do a significant overhaul of them. But I will do a pass over all of them tomorrow. And in this case, I mean, I feel like I got plenty here. The fact that I can start with an extra unit and a free brigade like that, like I'm ready to start snowballing already. Of course, we can have the playtesters test this on Monday when the build is made. But I don't want to do too much more without proper testing more extensively. One thing I do want to check for is, gosh, in that battle, I got like $25, I think. The only problem in Act 2 and 3 casualties go up to 10 to 15k just because of high morale, right? And keep coming back. What we could do, OH... You know, I don't know, though, because, like, I'm giving you way more loot. And every time I watch... I guess not every time, but... When I watch somebody get through Act 2, they're snowballing at such an extreme rate that they end the game, they got, like, 6,000 resources. I just don't want to overdo this, and now... You know, I'm overhauling the game a week before launch. It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound like something smart to do. I'd rather make a small change and you guys test it. I'll ask you guys to do playthroughs once this update is made, though. And then we need to change the prisoners because I think it is too low. I overcompensated. I have to recheck it, though. Which, how do I do that effectively? Because I accidentally lowered prisoner rewards too low. So I think I have to fight another battle and just see what it's like. Oh, well. Oh, there it is. All right. So I'm just going to do a normal battle, normal strategy. Just let's go on the oblique. Lift these guys up. I'll mirror the cav. It's royal recruits, so they're just going to get screwed. The battle's probably not going to end too accurately because of that. Damn, the Charlevilles. Are they pushing me? I ordered them to charge and they didn't do anything. All right. I think it's because the speed we're going at is so high right now. Damn, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm going way too fast. That's frustrating. I almost also want to change Provincial Cavalry and make them a little stronger generally. I think the rest of the cav in the game seems pretty good. I don't know what you guys think. But the... oh, I gotta write a note. They don't need changes. They just need items to be good. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. One thing I was thinking, OH, of doing is just taking the morale damage received from cavalry and reducing it by 5 for all cav. 5%, I mean. So that they break less frequently on impact, which is more of a AI problem. But I think maybe they could have a little bit more staying power. They'll still take casualties, so you can still murder them, but maybe they're a little less easy to kill off entirely. Cavalry morale damage received could go 75. This way, when they're shot at or they go into melee, they are less squishy. So we can say that battle changes. Cavalry morale damage received is now minus is now I have to find what it is. They're not going to know what this means. So they can maybe withstand another volley. Yeah, I mean, 5% isn't very much, so it probably won't make it withstand another volley. But it will just mean they're just slightly more stubborn. If they, basically what this means is if they just barely broke from a volley, now they wouldn't just barely break. And if they just barely broke from a melee, now they wouldn't. They would maybe win that. So it's just tipping the scales just a little bit. But I think when you guys get to the end of Act 1, you start to notice the cavalry is becoming better. And when you get into Act 2, cavalry can be a real threat. So if we make it much better, that can be a problem. And I think the Provincial Cav is actually, their stats are actually not bad as it is. I mean, their melee is the same as a Dragoon. Their charge is only 5 less than a Dragoon. The morale is only 5 less than a Dragoon. And Dragoons aren't weak. It's just that you're using a very weak cavalry unit early on without any items, and the items are too expensive, and you're charging in and they're getting killed. Now, yeah, I got 200 plunder from this. I'd normally get 120, which sounds reasonable. $37 is kind of nothing. 100 ammunition is kind of nothing as well. I'd prefer to get, like... Honestly, the ammo doesn't seem too bad there. Whoa, I don't want to do that. Let's say 123 to 150 is what percentage increase? So we probably want to get, like, 20% more ammo. Um, 0.25 increased by 20%. It's 0.3, okay. So just a little bit more. Oh. 0.1. This is just going to be 0.12, yeah. Duh. There. So the ammo can go up a little bit. And then the cash looks a little lame. 37 is not going to buy anything. It'd be nice if it was just enough to buy like a basic item. It'd be nice if it was like 50. So 37 to 50 is what percentage increase? Or maybe it was 45. We'll see. It's a 35% increase. Why don't we just do a 30% increase? 0.03 increased by 30% is what? Let's just round up to 0.04 because we wanted to do a slightly higher number anyways. Yeah. Let's check everything else. Reservists, I get only 300, but I only lost 500. That's actually a good ratio. So I get just under what I lost, so you don't just automatically re-get everything, but you do get 10% of your casualties restored. I don't see an issue with the reservists here. I could see the reservists going up by maybe a little bit, maybe like 350 from this battle. So 300 to 350 is what percentage? I'm so bad at math, I just let the calculator do it for me. 16%. So we want to increase the reservists by about 16%. Manpower gain 0.25 increased by plus 16% is what? It's about 0.29. So we could just go 0.3. So that looks good. And then what's this? Veterancy at 600. I think 600 is fine because I think it used to be like 1,000 and it was a little overpowered. So I think it's fine. Provisions being 49 is ridiculous. It should be like double that. It should be like 80 provisions from that. Maybe even 100. Yeah, it would be 100. So I would double the provision gain from that. There. But it can be 50 for the cash. That sounds fine. I like that a lot. So 0.04 would be 50 for cash, but 100 for food. Because the cash is more flexible. And also the cash is getting paired with ammo. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with those changes. And we got way more loot now. Do you guys think we're giving a little too much loot away? Like, two options that come to mind are that, well, there's three options. Number one, maybe this generic loot could just come down in price by a little bit, because 170 is a little bit much, I think. Option two is I just get rid of one item, because I gave every battle plus 2 items per battle, but it might be a bit too much. So maybe it should be just plus 1. And I guess the last option would be to keep it the way it is, but include even more junk loot. So there'd be another like captured uniform here. And that could be paired with option 1, which was make the loot items be a little bit less expensive or less remove 1, yeah. I think I do want to reduce 1 because, which by the way, let me also clarify for you guys. This is not a real battle. Yeah, you know what? I do have to make a clarification here. I have to make a big clarification. This battle should look like that, but it's being counted as a field army. So normally a patrol this size, which probably will look like that, is going to get this kind of loot. This is what it should normally look like. It's just the first battle of the game is counted as a field army, and a field army looks like this. That's like a field army. And a field army would get that much loot like that. Which this seems like it'd probably be fine. It's just giving the player a little push at the very start of the game to get them set up, to get their snowball going. And then it slows back down a little bit again. So I don't want to be too biased. I think we're good. I say keep the... Yeah, I would probably increase the junk. I do agree with that, OH. What I would do, personally, is I would just go into... campaign, or no, it's items, because sometimes the junk is useful for certain encounters, so it would actually be nice to have more of it a little bit. We could bring it up to 900. We could make the junk less common in regions 2 and 3, so we'll actually keep it at 850 in region 2, and then even for region 3, let's move it down to 800, so the junk kind of eases off by the third act when you really need good stuff. And then let's go up to 350 here, 300 and 250 there. And that should be better. And now what we'll do is at the end of Act 1, it becomes too much. We need a filter. Yeah, we won't be able to have that for release. You really shouldn't be hoarding that many items, though, to be honest. Like, I kind of travel with my inventory empty at all times. You just sell stuff constantly or equip it. You shouldn't be holding on to it. Does nothing. It's not like it appreciates in value or something. Let's rebuild items. And let's go test the loot generation now. and then build campaign data, and then core data is next. And then what I want to do is I want to go mark off anything that today that we've changed. That we think we fixed. How's the difficulty balance? Slightly too difficult. Well, we made it slightly easier now because we gave the player more loot. So I would say we fixed this or addressed it. People say it's fun. Okay, cool. How do you feel about the cavalry speed? Everyone's like, hey, move the walk speed up a little bit by 5. I could do that, but then the sprinting is going to feel less exciting if they walk even faster. OH, I know you have strong opinions about it. I have heard from a lot of people, though, that they feel cavalry is too slow. Do you have any thoughts about that, or do you think it's perfectly okay? The item, yeah, if the items are cheaper now as well, I feel like you can kit out your cav a little easier. Yeah. Okay. So let's say this is addressed and fine. How do skirmishers feel to use? Weak damage. I already fixed this. I increased it just a little bit. Not based on the poll, but because I wanted to before that, and yeah. Oh, when did I do this poll? Oh, when the demo first came out. Okay. So this is good. 55% said a ton of fun at 5 out of 5. Yeah, that's fine. I hate how it glitches like this. Infantry feels perfect. They're just saying infantry range combat feels too weak. I think they just haven't got to Acts 2 and 3 yet because it starts to become really powerful. So I'm thinking this is fine. How do you feel about light infantry? I already fixed it. How do you feel about artillery? Just the high caliber is too good. We looked at that together. We made 12 pounders a little less extreme. So I think we're in a better spot now with that. I may have overcorrected. Like artillery might be a little bit too weak right now. But we really got to wait and see. Yeah. How do you feel about the artillery variety? The 12 pounders are too... Yeah, I buffed the bronze. Sorry, not the bronze. I buffed the howitzers and debuffed the 12 pounders. And I also made the bronze variants a little stronger. So this should be fine. How do you feel about the cost of items? They're too expensive. We just did that now. We just went in and we cheapened everything. 0 people said, or 0% said they're too cheap. Game difficulty overall is slightly too hard, but we should have made it a little easier now. Patrol armies are fine as is. It's completely even and balanced. I think that's fine. I agree. Field armies, people are saying, are slightly too strong. I don't know. Let me take a look at them. I don't know if I would change them, honestly. I think if the player has more loot now and the items are a little cheaper, they should be able to face those stalking armies, those field armies a little bit better. And the field armies will also give better loot, so they're going to be more worthwhile. It just felt too fast. That's what I was going to say, Austin. I think they come maybe 5 days too soon. You could even say 10 days, but I don't want to overcorrect based on a one-off poll. So what we're going to look at is, has Cav been addressed? What's wrong with Cav? Cavalry is one of the best tools in the game right now. I saw someone win with only cavalry fairly easily as well. I also got a report that this dude went all French Cav as well, and he was just destroying with it. Where is it? He was like, you gotta nerf it, because this dude went all artillery, which is nuts. And then another guy did, who did they stream it? Yeah, he did stream it, actually. He said, cavalry charges with items are too crazy. The thing is, the items are so important to use in this game. If you guys are playing the demo, you have no idea. You have not scratched the surface of how good the ceiling of a of the cavalry can be. Even as Prussia, you can get very good cavalry. But if you're using Provincial Cav and you're trying to build an army around Provincial Cav, they're like low tier recruits. Look at that. They just annihilated the Jaegers on impact. These are Cossacks, by the way. Those are Russian Cavs. Then he has basic Dragoon units. Wiped those other cavalry units out, double charge them. But you guys aren't getting the full experience. You didn't get the veterancy. You don't have all the items. You don't have all the officers. Even the spawn rates for high tier cavalry are basically 0 in Act 1. It's hard to get out of Provincial Cav in Act 1. The thing is, dude, it's you're not meant... It's too hard to judge. You guys aren't meant to get really good cavalry in Act 1. You're meant to, like, lay out the foundations for the army. When you get into Act 2, now the armies are bigger. So the loot pool is bigger. The cash is bigger. The amount of enemies you can kill is bigger. So then the experience gain gets a little faster and faster. And by the time you're in Act 3, things are all kitted out to, like, level 9. And you're set. So I think people are playing Act 1 like that's the full game. And they're like, oh, I never reached that overpowered level where my cavalry can smash into an enemy. But you're not meant to get there yet. This game exaggerates the differences in unit qualities, and it really makes you work to get there. Look at this guy exploiting cavalry on the right. I don't know how players get full armies on the demo. Yeah, it's because they are exploiting. They're using the casual modifier to extend the HQ. And then they're getting move speed doctrines to outrun the HQ. And they're just grinding the field armies and just staying alive for like 400 days. That's what they're doing. So, so what we've done actually is I want to show you guys a change we made where the headquarters now gets faster and faster and eventually catches you. You can't outrun it. It actually picks up speed each day. So it doesn't limit out to like 4 speed, and if you go 4.5, you can always outrun it. It'll go up to 6 speed, and it's incrementing by 0.10 per day, or 0.2 actually. So I'll show you what that looks like. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to fix 2 things in one. First, this used to be 2.5. Let's make it 3 speed. So now the highest speed's faster for you guys. And then the campaign speed, I'm going to pick up the speed because we want to see this change, right, with the headquarters. So I'm going to move the speed up. Let's make this speed 15. Build core data and try again. And then undo that. I think 6 speed's a bit comical. Yeah, we'll see, OH. I'll just go in and see, because it was at 5.5, I think, and players are outrunning it using doctrines. So it's just, like, you basically need a way to ensure that they eventually do have to get caught. I've used cuirassiers with good swords. I did all cav army and 7 cav. The cav loses 35 men from impact. Yeah, you're not supposed to... if you've got 600 guys and you lost 35 from impact, that's like barely anything. You're not supposed to come away unscathed because you're going to break them in like 3 seconds of the melee. All right, we want to go test the HQ speed, right? Also, you're not supposed to use cavalry against full strength units. You're not supposed to just open the game and just start mass charging 1,200 guys. If 1,400 men kill 35 of you, that's a pretty damn good outcome. But if you shot them and they're at half morale because you're using combined arms efficiently, like there's no army at this time period whose entire force is cav, you know? So they're recruits though. It doesn't matter. What do you want to lose? 5 guys on impact of 600? Or 0 guys, lose nobody from cavalry charges and then mass charge 4 or 5 times in a row and not take any losses? Like, I don't know. Cavalry's not... It's. I think you're the only one who is having a problem with this, and I don't want to... You come in my stream every time and you've got a new argument you want to pick with me, and I'm not interested in talking about this right now. If you want to write feedback about your analysis or whatever, you can write in the feedback channel. But if you come in every day and we've got to have these debates, it's like you did this the other stream as well, and I think it's fine. I'm not... Everyone... Yeah, you're the same guy who wanted the 300 maps, I know, and then I would have to sit here and argue back and forth until I banned him, because we just sit here for 20 minutes, and I just am not interested in doing that. Anyways, whatever. Let me go and get this HQ. Where is it? This here. Okay. We go into debug and we're going to skip campaign battles. Add food 5,000. So we'll never run out of food. And let's get the HQ up and running. We'll just have to sit patient. And we want to test its new speed. So let's say I was out over here. Anyone who expresses something others find disagreeable is rage baiting. Honestly, Navarix, it's because you've got a history of doing this. Like, if you've been in the stream for the last 6 hours, I've been talking with people who disagree or give suggestions or tell me to increase the loot, or they think something's too low, or they think something's too high. We've looked at artillery. They'll tell me if they think it's too powerful, we'll make adjustments to it. The entire conversation's been collaborative. But I think because you come in so frequently and you're... you know, it's fine, dude. I don't care. I'm not actually mad, but it's just, I just, what you're saying is something that I don't know anyone else who agrees with the opinion. So I know you feel that way, and that's okay that you feel that way, but no one else feels that way. So you're saying cavalry is too weak for you. I have more people than you who say that cavalry is too powerful. I can't just listen to what you say because you're for any particular reason. If your point is that cavalry shouldn't lose any men on a charge, not any men, should lose less than 35 men on a charge, I just disagree with that, and that's okay. We can disagree. You may find more luck playing as a different nation because Prussia's specialty is not in its cavalry. So, and you've only played through Act 1, so I would like you to have played the game fully. And then if you still think it's too weak, and I have many other people coming up to me and saying, hey, look, my cavalry's just dying on impact all the time, it's too weak, then we can do something about that. Now, something we did earlier in the stream is that we actually reduced the morale damage taken by cavalry by 5%. So they're actually going to be a little more sturdy in the release build, which I like. Now, let's see. They did rally on day 110. Isn't that strange? Yeah. Was that meant to be like that? Or is this the bug that people were talking about? I thought it was already fixed, though. Yeah, it should be coming on day 140. This is day 152. So, let's see. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. All right. So what I can do is there we go. So we found that bug. Now let's see how fast they come. So they're going to rally. Okay. And you can see they start off slow. I don't want them to use the road because it's going to... I'm just going to see how fast I can run from this thing. Or how long I can run. I think it should pick up speed a little faster. I like that it started really slow, but I think it should pick up speed a bit faster. Because it doesn't even feel like it's really picking up much speed. I like how it's gaining on me, though. There. I don't know how much speed that was. All I think that needs to really happen there is it just needs to pick up that speed faster. Good. And then let's go check down here. .5. Let's leave myself a note because we're going to make it 20. Okay, and then we want to go and take a look at the HQ speed. We're going to start it at 2.5, and it's going to gain 0.3 per day. So it starts just a little bit faster, and it's going to pick up speed a little bit faster as well. And the highest speed you can get to is 6.5, which I think is fine because the player goes 4. So it's really easy to bring yourself up to about a 5 with a Doctrine and get the enemy down to 5. And if you use Force March, you can outrun them. So it needs to be that high. I would increase the rate. It looks natural. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't use a mountain. I didn't use a road. I sat in an open field, and I didn't use a single Doctrine. So you guys would be surprised about the shit I've seen where people will min-max the speed conditions and they will outrun the HQ with ease. So I'm not interested in that. I think when the HQ rallies, it's time to fight. There shouldn't be a thought about, oh, I've got a couple weeks to just go run some errands. Like, you should pretty much be ready to fight at that point. So, yeah. Let's see what this looks like. It was a very subtle change that I made. I just made them start a little bit faster. And then they're going to pick up speed just very slightly faster by 0.3 instead of by 0.2. Ah, shit. There. HQ bug. So let's say I'm out running errands. The HQ comes. I go north. Let's go nice and slow. See how slow that goes. I'm going to start moving out that way. Move this way. It's on the road now. I'm going to go Force March to get out of there. Oh, damn, it's really picking up the speed now. Look at that thing. It's picking up that speed. Okay, so here's what I think. I think the starting speed is better, but the speed increase is too much. So here's what I would do. I'm going to look at what it used to be that people were able to outrun. People can outrun 5.5. So what I say is 6.5, yeah. It's got to be 6.5. People can actually outrun it. Let's just take the speed growth and put it to 0.2, but the starting speed at 2.5 is perfect. This, to me, is a really good arrangement here. .25 a day. Dude, I think it looks comical too, but people can outrun it. So I don't know what the hell. People literally are on day 1000 because they can just outrun the headquarters because they get these like different doctrines or different bonuses and speed boosts and use the terrain and bait the AI. You know, that's just not... It's ridiculous. Well, what do we do about that? Because now you can play the game infinitely and maybe force speed reduction on the player. Yeah, maybe force march could be less powerful, but I don't know. You could deactivate the move speed boost once the HQ starts moving. I could just make it a 6 instead of a 6.5. Because it used to be 5.5, so it's now a little faster. And what we could do is maybe take Force March and dip it by a little bit. OH, what do you think about that? Because people are infinitely outrunning it for 2,000 days and just on Force March, and then they never run out of food because a field army will spawn, or they'll find a patrol and they just take it out and get the food from it. Where's Force March? There. Force March gives you a 30% speed buff. We could give them some other slight issue to make it harder to stay on Force March so much. Like the food consumption could be 1.6, or the movement speed can come down to 1.25. Or we just leave it and just hope that players don't do that. Reduce the visibility a little bit more. Yeah, I could do that. Nothing. Yeah, we could go a little less visibility. That's fine. It's a small change. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this plus 15% move speed is helpful. Now, I can't code anything new in, like a brand new functionality that you guys are suggesting, like a week before release, because it's just too extreme. Like, all we can really do is just play with, like, the speed values a bit. That's it. But at least now it does pick up more speed. And if it's still too bad, there is a doctrine that reduces the enemy army speed, and we could probably make that less extreme. Which is enemy campaign movement speed minus 15%. But the thing is that 15% is not that much. The thing is the player gets the plus 15%, and then they give the enemy minus 15% with those two doctrines, and it's a 30% difference. I mean, what we could do right now... Hold on. Let's try something. Add stratagem. How do I not have that? Okay. I guess because I already have it. Add stratagem. There. So I have the thing that reduces... Oh, by 25%. Okay. Let's use those two doctrines, right? And see if we can outrun them with the doctrines now. Why don't we just test it that way? Because we can actually just test it for ourselves. I think the 25% enemy speed reduction is too extreme, by the way. So that doctrine could just probably get adjusted. Yeah, 20% or 15% would be better. I would just go 20%. I don't even think you need to go down to 15 or 10. You just need it so that it's not... Here. This is with all the doctrines, or all the modifiers we can get. And I'm going to go on Force March and see how fast I can just keep going. There we go. So I'm on the road. Now it's on the road. I'm going to try to bait it into the forest, maybe. Didn't really work for me. Okay. Yeah, and then we engaged. So even that didn't... even then I couldn't outrun it with that new speed system. So I think what we changed already is actually fine. So I think that seemed okay. Yeah, that seemed fine. I agree, the reduced move speed probably doesn't need a nerf. It seemed fine to me. All that seemed fine. So we'll leave it. Finally, the light core French composition gets a 25% move speed buff. So I bet they'd be the only one who might be able to outrun it. But if you do that, that's fine, because you're using the one composition that could do it with the two doctrines that you got lucky to get. And eventually you're running out of food, unless you're really skilled, but, you know, maybe you can break the game, and that's okay. In roguelikes, there's always a way. If you can stack certain things, you might be able to break the game, and sometimes you just let a player have fun. Some players might find it fun to challenge themselves to see if they can do that, and if they're playing the game and single player, like, okay, it's good that you're playing the game. Good for you, so that's good. Campaign move. Campaign speed. 4.5. Let's go back to normal. Good. And let me check my... Is my short not out? Yeah, it's out. Okay. This is fine. Let me check my list. What's my typical ideal toward RNG and encounters? If I have 50% for something to succeed, then when should this 50% be decided? At map creation or rolled every day? I don't remember how it's done, honestly. It's a good question, but I just don't remember. Let's see what other people... The field armies, I think, are fine. We just said we want to push them back by 10 days, or 5 days, right? Let's go, like... Maybe we go day 50 to 60. That's what it used to be. Actually, sorry. Yeah, it is 60 to 70 at the moment. So... I could just make it 70 to 80. So it's consistent with the other regions. Yeah. It just gives the player a little bit more time before big armies chase them. $70 to $80. So that's solved. I'm cool to just push back the Stalkers a little bit. They're to me, they're the most annoying army to face. And if you're a high skill player, you don't need these to challenge you. You will fight the encamped armies, because encamped armies, I don't know if you know this, but the encamped armies, they give you a doctrine. So, yeah. Do you guys think that was a bad change to push him back? I could just push him back by only 5 days instead of 10. Encamped armies feel easier than the field armies. Is that true? Let's take a look. Enemy army compositions. A field army is a infantry force, a tiny infantry force, a cavalry, and an easy artillery. An encamped army, the only difference is just adding one of those. Yes, they do. That's really strange, because they're, in terms of their generation, they generate with worse, the field armies generate with worse things. Something I do want to do, though, is take these weights and put them at 0. I think it's just that the Stalkers catch you by surprise, yeah. Stalkers might be coming faster on other acts than Act 1, like... The only thing is, I actually find them more annoying when they come in other acts, because Act 2 is really tough, and so is Act 3, and you need time. And when they rush you, it's like, they're extremely strong. I'm going to move them back for now, because people seem pretty split. And look, people say the encamped armies are fine, but the field armies are too strong. Here's a better idea. Here's a better idea. What do you guys think about this? We take the stalker armies, which are the field armies, and we bring them back to the original days, which is 60 to 70, but we just get rid of 2 of the units in their composition. Because they have a tutorial division that they spawn with, which usually includes a militia cavalry and 2 recruits. If we remove that, then they just get a full infantry division, a full cav division, and a full artillery division. But we can't remove... Or if you think it's fine, it's fine. I mean, the other option could be to make the encamped armies a little harder. I can't remove a single unit because it's pulling from templates, right? So the field division pulls from easy infantry. And if I look at easy infantry, that is 3 units. So they field armies in batches with like brigades that they field here. You can't just control every individual little unit. Let me think here. I can make the encamped armies a little harder. Do we think they're too easy? Well, I would need to play test for myself to know. I have not played in a while. I think most people are just leaning on leaving them as they are. Yeah. We could leave them. Let's not make too many changes for the sake of it. You know, the game's going to come out soon, and let's just leave it. We don't need to make annoying changes, so that's fine. Camped armies are fine. People say the boss is too strong, but I think this boss is perfectly fine. Feel about the pacing. I start too weak. We fix that by giving the player better loot and making more money, so I'm happy with this. Prisoner wards. They said that ransom, I buffed that, so that's fixed. Feel about the loot. Not enough. I already fixed that, which is great. How do you feel about the XP gain? I think it's fine. I don't think this is a problem for me. People have not played Acts 2 and 3. Why change it? The game's already too easy. It depends on who you are, Detris. I mean, I think you would be extremely surprised if you think the whole game is just way too easy. I think you'd be extremely surprised, because almost every YouTuber I've watched, I've not seen one finish the game yet. All of them have lost. And when I polled people, the majority of players are playing on casual because they're all struggling. Even now. Like, let me find where that poll is. I asked people what difficulty they're playing on. And the majority are on casual because they're stressed out. 1 second. So I think you're in the minority if you find it too easy. And I don't know if have you played with difficulty modifiers? Have you done the legendary run? Act 1 is also the easiest act in the game by far. The difficulty picks up by like 200 or 300%. Yeah, look, there's just as many people using vanilla as using the easy modifiers. So people are clearly having a tough time there. But I don't want to change that. How are you liking the difficulty modifiers? Everyone finds them fine, which is good. What army is too easy to fight against? I agree that France is too... yeah, you're spamming 12-pounder artillery. That's been fixed, so that exploit won't be able to help you anymore. People are saying France is too easy, and I think they're easy because they're fielding a unit called the Royal Recruit, which we can fix. So look, if they're using a Royal Recruit, we should axe those from most of their divisions, to be honest. I don't mind if they bring it with like an artillery piece. But normally with like a cavalry, what do people usually bring? 2 provincial cavalry. 2 provincial cav. Let's look at Russia. Let's look at Prussia. A Freikorps recruit and a Hussar. They get a voluntary dragoon, which is good, and a Royal Recruit. That's fine. I think it's mainly their infantry divisions here that are having a problem. A base 1 is normally a German Fusilier, French Fusilier, Royal Recruit. Okay. Let's look at like Austria. Is normally a good guy and 2 recruits. 2 good guys and a recruit. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure what to do about it then. Maybe this composition's stupid here. This composition might be stupid. I might just remove it. I think if we want the French to be a little harder, they should get more of these to bring Cav and Fusiliers. So I'm going to increase this to be 10. So there's a higher weight that they bring double Fusiliers with some cavalry. And I'm going to remove the idea of them just spamming the Royal Recruits. And that's now out of their compositions. There. Now the French are a little less easy to stomp on, because I agree. This is one thing the audience is correct, and the French are incredibly easy to fight in Act 1. Russia's really tough. I don't know if I want to change them, but Russia is really, really tough to fight. It could be the case that they're fielding musketeers, which are really difficult when they shouldn't be. There's only 4 compositions where they can bring yeah, honestly, the Observation Corps are tougher, I find. I think the Observation Corps are kind of overpowered. I was fighting an Observation Corps recruit who had better stats than my musketeer, which I didn't like. 40 morale on the recruit, and 20 accuracy. If I'm Prussian, I have 35 morale and 15 accuracy. So they're just better at everything. So I don't know if I like that. I think this accuracy needs to come down. France is good at heavy cavalry, and that doesn't appear too much in Act 1. Yeah, that is more of the issue, Nico. I think the observation's just insane. I've played with them, and they're so good at shooting. 40 accuracy is as good as some of the best British units. I just don't like that. I like that they have good morale, because the Russians are known for good morale. They fight to the death. I like that. But these dudes shouldn't be able to outshoot me so much or so well. The other alternative is I could make their reload slower, so when they do shoot, they have very good volleys, but they're just very slow and inefficient. But I would go either way. I don't know if you guys have an opinion on that. What do I feel? I personally feel like their reload's already pretty painfully slow. And I would rather lower their accuracy, which seems absurdly high. That's where I stand at the moment. Like a Pandor, who's a skirmisher, has the same accuracy as an observation fusilier. Doesn't make any sense. So I'd go 15, 25, 35, and 20, personally. I think they're too good as is. Their accuracy was like equal to the British and the Grenzers, which I just don't like. I kept buffing them because before they were so outnumbered by other enemies, but because months ago, when many of you guys weren't following the game yet, a lot of the unit sizes were much smaller than they are now. And so the disparity between the largest unit in the game was between like 800 guys and 1,600 guys. You could have a Grenadier of only 800. But what I did is I took all the low manpower units and brought them up, and took the high manpower units and I didn't move them. So it just buffed all the low manpower units. And I think the Observation Corps got a very indirect buff there that they didn't necessarily deserve. Is there a unit change? There. That seems good to me. And the other thing is I think sometimes they might bring too many musketeers. Because Russian musketeers are just so damn hard to break. So I wouldn't mind if one single composition of theirs did not bring as many musketeers. Just a little less common. This is their most common build, which is 1 musketeer and 2 volunteer recruits. We could turn this into just like 4 volunteer recruits, or just 3 of them even. Yeah, they do feel like grenadiers morale-wise, I know. Yeah. The Cossacks are fine. I like getting harassed by the Cossacks. It makes sense thematically. And you've got to like respond to them quickly and you can shoot them. But the musketeers are so annoying to fight against. Like that to me would be probably be better. So they can still bring musketeers, but it's rarer. Like there's a 5 weight compared to the 50 weight. But that's a triple volunteer recruit now. Compared to other nations. The Prussians would bring a musketeer and 2 cantonists, but you can clean up the cantonists because they don't have great morale. I think this should be fine. I hope it doesn't make Russia too easy, but no one's complaining Russia's too easy. They're really tough. So let's see. If I go too far, we can always add it back. There. It was the observation spam. Well, Austin, the observation troops are a little worse now, so that should be better. For me, it was the Russian musketeers, because I had done a legendary stream, and on legendary mode, it doubles 1 random unit per brigade, and it had doubled like 3 Russian musketeers, so I was fighting against 6 of them, and it was just physically impossible at that point. Like, I didn't even have any tools to break that. And I know I was on legendary, but like, even if a player went against 3 of them, it's really, really tough. I just don't like that. So that's fixed. How's cavalry feeling? I'm fine with it. I really don't. They say it goes too slow, but I think a lot of people feel it goes too slow. I don't think I necessarily agree. Is the veterancy composition set in stone or randomized? It's randomized. How do you feel about the recruitment prices? Let me just check something. Okay, good. Low tier units are too expensive. Recruitment cost feels good. Well, I've made everything more expensive, but I've addressed this the way I want to. I made all the units a little more expensive, but I gave the player a lot more money. How do you feel about officer recruitments? I think it's fine. I really don't think the officers are too pricey. Yeah. Price to open a new brigade. People say it's too expensive, but they will make more money now, so now it's okay. Counter battery fire, we fixed it. It's actually too strong, and we fixed that. If you get a good artillery piece, you can break it on 1 shot. People probably feel this way because the enemy AI artillery was busted, and it was it was getting 100% accuracy. So players were probably desperately trying to destroy the enemy artillery and couldn't and felt it was too weak. But it's more of a reflection on that the AI artillery was too strong. If the AI... What about when you're in battle mode and the AI always comes at you and never defends? Will this get addressed? Yeah, at some point it will. There's only one programmer on the entire project. So if you want to tell him to work on that instead for the next 2 weeks and neglect like half the other shit in the game that needs to get done. If you ask us to do like 100 things, we only get to do like 5 things a week because there's like no one on this project. There's 3 of us. I don't code, and the other guy is an animator. So we've got one programmer, and I'm doing all the design and balancing. It just is difficult to do. Unit choices, Grenadiers are OP. I mean, I debuff them. I think they're fine. Maps they feel too small. I fixed that. HQ pacing, it comes so soon. I use the early. This is a bug, so we fixed that. The officer death chance is fair. That's good. But yeah, Detris, not to be annoying, but that response, it will get addressed. I know it's a problem. I'm not trying to deflect it. There's just so much on our plate at the moment. But it's definitely something that we're aware of, for sure. Hire me, I'll code. Look, if the game does well, I will probably hire more developers. I'll probably hire like 2 more people, because this is just like we've been in crunch mode, basically working 12 to 14 hour days and weekends for 3 months, and everybody's having like little breakdowns and stuff now. It's just, we need help. Like, we really need the help. If we just had a little bit of relief from just even one extra person, I mean, it would make a big difference. So how do you feel about the ammo consumption? It's fine. I agree, it's fine too. I never run low, increase it. No, I think it's fine. Campaign stances, drilling's weak. That's a tough one. This is a tough one. Sheber, I'll probably put a post out when we go to hire. So if you want to, you can apply for that when I put the post out. I'll make it very obvious when we're ready to hire, but I don't have the money to hire you. Everyone's on, I'm not even on a salary. I've been making games for 4.5 years. I've not taken a single dollar. Even the residuals I make on Fire Maneuver, I've not taken any money. And the 2 developers that we have don't earn very much, but they get a percentage. So, nah, I'm not going to hire anybody for free. I would not do that. But yeah, you can apply when we put out a post, and yeah. Campaign stances, drilling's a bit weak. That's a tough one because I actually think it's quite strong. I don't know. Forging too weak. It's situational. I think drilling's fine. Yeah, I'm not. Deployment zones, I already fixed this. I made the deployment zones larger. Did I even mention that in the change notes? Let's see. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Post-processing is fine. I disagree with this because it's glitched out. Keep the 3 month delay. Day 140 is my preference. I don't think it should be day 160. I think people are voting for that because Act 1 ends and they want to keep playing, but they will get to Act 2 and 3 when they get the full release. So I think this is fine as well. So we've now addressed all the feedback from the survey, which is great. That's good. And artillery is definitely too weak right now, but I'm going to have the accuracy buffed. I do need to check on why my maps are spawning incorrectly. Let's play on small. Yeah, day 140 is good because there's also encounters you can use to push it back. But the demo is bugged out, and sometimes the HQ is coming on like day 90. So I think people are just frustrated by that. In the full release, that will be fixed. I had it on 80. Yeah, no, that's just a bug. So this is a regular spawn zone on this map. Okay. That seems fine. Ignore how many men I have. That's just for testing. Let me test the other sizes. Deployment group. Map group. 1. Let's try that. I think it's deployment, not map group. So around 40 Canadian. Let me check the price for you. We have localized pricing, and this was a mistake. 1 sec. I have to fix a mistake, I mean. That should be a 0, and that should be a 1. The pricing... Will the spawning be further away? I'll show you, Virgil. I don't even want to show you. I'll just say it will, yeah. I fixed it. I already fixed it, so you don't have to worry about it. I just don't have the time to load in and show you, unfortunately. In terms of pricing for Canadian, is it here somewhere? Canadian is $34.99. I actually made it. I took basically Steam's recommended pricing and dropped it by another 10%. And then it'll have a 10% discount on launch, which is pretty cool. So you might get the game close to 30 Canadian. So that should be quite nice. This is fine too. Maybe it was just that map that had a problem. But yeah, I took all of Steam's regional pricing suggestions and lowered it by 10 to 40%, depending on the region. Like China was like minus 40%, but something like Canada was only minus 10%. But I just don't like the Steam regional conversions. It doesn't take into account that people earn less money in a lot of other countries that are outside the US, so... What was the map I played on? Oh, I can find it. Perfect. Maybe there was just one... Like, why was I spawning in the corner like that? That was my problem here. This map is map 7. So, let's go to map 7. And let's check out why the spawn was messed up. Let's check our math. The math is all gone. It's all deleted. That's shitty, but it's okay. It's not a huge deal. Damn, okay. Play zones, deployment. So where was I spawning? I had spawned there. Which, how is that even possible? Because I should be spawning in the farm field. Shouldn't be spawning back there at all. Unless I was oh, that's so good. The reason I spawned in the corner, like this, is because I was playing on the outdated version of the map. I think, yeah. Because look, I was spawning right there. See, I'm right behind the farm field. If I rotate the camera, you'll see what I mean. Yeah. And I was spawning back there. This is the old version of the map that's no longer in use. So, that's already fixed. That's great. I don't have to redo my spawn zones. It was just using an outdated map, which is going to get deleted anyways. That's awesome. I was just worried about that. In fact, I may go through and delist the old maps now. Yeah, I'm going to delist them. This part is going to take a little bit, but that's okay. I don't know how long I've been streaming for. I have not eaten today or anything, or had any water, which is also not good. You can see the new sizes for the maps. Is this the new size or is this the old size? Yeah, you can take a look. Are the new maps going to hit the demo? No. The new maps will be there for the day of release, though, so next week. But let me show you guys. Look at my map extensions. You guys have been playing on this, right? This would be a large battle. Look at what I did over here. Look how much bigger. You get all that extra room. So now, before, you used to, if the enemy was coming at you, right, and you need to defend, what do you defend here? You probably move up, and you probably just hold the spawn. Because if you run up any further, you just get killed, right? But now, look how far they are away. So if they're coming down like this, now look what you do. You say, all right, let's put skirmishers in the forest. Let's put artillery on the hill. Let's swing that artillery over there. Maybe if I put the horse artillery, I can get up to this hill in time. Let's move up infantry and column onto the road and then form up a battle line on that forest. Let's hold an infantry and reserve to guard our flank. Like, that looks way more strategic than desperately hold the spawn. So this is the old version of this map, which you can see feels quite small. And I'm delisting it now. So if we go to the playable zones, what we have to do now is, do I delist it or do I? Yeah, let's delist it for now. Are units being able to go out of borders fixed? Yeah, that's already fixed. Already done. Gosh, you know what? I don't even want to delist them. I just want to delete them. So yeah, I'll show you the new version of this map. I'll load it and I'll show you. And then take a look now. Wow, much better. Look, you can see like in the horizon the distance there. So you'd want to push up the road, like hold the forest there. There's a new farmstead. The other cool thing is when you play on small battles, there's now way more areas that battles can generate because we have a bigger map, right? Because we randomize the spawn zones. So look, you could spawn up here. And now look, you're fighting over a section of the map that wasn't even built before. So this is like basically like getting a whole new battlefield that you could spawn on. So it's kind of like getting a new map in one. Between this and this, and then that is another place you get to go in, and then that is another place you could spawn in, and then that is another place you could spawn in on small. Feels more like a one-to-one battlefield. You know what would be one-to-one, Austin, that I thought is I think if you did this, that truly feels to me one-to-one, and you've got to, at that point you got to get the camera to zoom out. But it's too much work. I can't do it. But it would be cool. So I'll show you what that would look like. 3,500. That feels like a one-to-one battlefield with this extension. Because that'd be like Waterloo with like Hougoumont there, La Haye Sainte there, and Papelotte right there. But it's kind of like if we did Waterloo with just La Haye Sainte and La Haye Sainte and Hougoumont. And that actually feels pretty appropriate for the size of this game. Like, that would be, to me, this is like 2/3 of Waterloo. If you want a proper like Waterloo battlefield, you'd probably do this. And if you want to fight the Prussians on top of that, this would be like the ultimate Waterloo all the way out here. This would be like include Papelotte and then include the Prussian approach on the right. Yeah. Velta, the ammo consumption for artillery should get better. But no, this should be better just generally. I did already adjust that though, Velta. What I did specifically is I actually kept the 3-pounders the way they are because they fire so quickly, they burn through a lot of ammo. But I incremented the ammo usage based on the caliber of the gun. So the higher caliber the gun, the more ammo consumption it gets. And that means if you invest in really high quality guns, you need to get good limber chests to go with them. Like for example, without any limber chests, the Shuvalov howitzer now consumes 1/5 of its ammunition in a single shot. So you really need the ammo boxes for that. You need like a good officer. It's like a very inefficient gun, but when it fires, it kills like 250 guys in a single volley. So yeah. Okay. Let me just take a look at my list. I'm happy with artillery. I'm gonna write that down. Cavalry improved. I'm happy with that. Set the neon green for unused colors. Yep, I did that. We're a little bit behind, but that's okay. Color swatches, emblem pattern defaults. We've not done that. That's all right. Remove the Dutch looks. Yeah. Artillery tooltips. We can do that. That's a little bit tough, but I'd have to wait. Formation. We could do formation tooltips potentially. Okay, I added the formation tooltips. I think I'm now tired. And I have to do more work throughout the night. I think because the game's going to come out, it's all day, all night, and that's okay. But I think to speak to you guys and have a good stream and be entertaining, it's too much for me to do both. I think if I had some coffee and went for a walk and then ate, I will feel better, and I'm just feeling tired now. But we're almost there. We're going to work as hard as we can, and we're going to do a good job. And I'm just too tired, honestly. Unless you want, like, I'm gonna leave for an hour and then, will I stream again later? Maybe not, Austin. I think maybe if I did, it would be later this week. Maybe even tomorrow. I could even tomorrow. We'll see. I might make it. Maybe I'll make a map tomorrow, and you guys can be there and give suggestions, and that could be cool. But yeah, doing a 5-hour stream. I mean, 5 hours of work doesn't sound like a lot, but 5 hours of nonstop deep concentration with while interacting with you guys and being productive the whole time, which we were. We didn't really get distracted. That's tough. And I got more to go, so I will. Yeah, I'm not saying this for you to feel bad about me or anything like that. There's plenty of people who work 12-hour days, and dude, if I had to go to McDonald's and work a shift at McDonald's for 8 hours or 12 hours, I would come home with the biggest headache and be so tired. So the least complainable job is this right now. So let me not feel sorry for myself. I am just tired though of talking this long. So I will. Anyways, thank you guys for joining me, and it was cool that you guys got to give feedback, and I think we got a lot done today so far. So we got more stuff to do, and we're almost there. Thank you guys for supporting, and yeah, I will